crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke 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 crack rock.
Remember the simpler times, the Reagan era, when we just did crack? Can we just do crack again? Like Rodney King said, let's all just get along and do crack. I'm pretty sure he did crack.
Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock.
I just think, you know, it's gotten out of hand. Can we just get back to doing crack?
Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock. 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 Ronald Reagan made me smoke crack rock.
Alright, enough of that. Jesus Christ. I don't know why I found that song. I thought it was funny as shit. Yeah. Oh, man. Okay, so... I'm gonna sit through... We're gonna produce some dailies on Final Fantasy, and I'm gonna flip through some of the stuff that's going on. It's been going on here lately, because there's a lot of random shit that's happened. Within, like, this whole kind of retard, low-level prot slop shit that they're doing. And it's kind of, like I say, I kind of want to just go through this. Because this video I saw today, and it kind of, like, I just kind of like, what the fuck is this dude talking about? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, like your deranged friend comes up to you, and he's like, bro, you don't understand. Everything's going wrong. Like, everybody's getting fucking crushed. Everybody's getting fucking crushed, dude. You just don't understand. And then you actually, like, go and try to see what he's talking about, and it's all fucking nonsense. And it's actually going the opposite of the way that he's describing it. Yeah, but thank you. So, I don't know, like, I just thought this is funny. It's just kind of funny. I'm gonna listen to this, and we're gonna try to go through some of my dailies at first. Then we're getting warmed up.
The worst week ever. Actually, coming out of this entire,
okay, so
the OrThObros had the worst week ever. Actually, coming out of this entire God Logic Muhammad hijab situation. Let me give you guys a bit of the backstory.
All right, so this is like really retard framing. That's what this is. This is retard framing. This is making you, if you're dumb and you haven't really been paying attention, you don't know what's actually going on, then you would think that this would be true. What he's framing it as is that the Orthodox community has been taking Muhammad hijab's side on, I think he's suing God Logic, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. I haven't investigated that 100% for sure to know exactly what's going on in that lawsuit or whatever. I don't really give a shit. It doesn't involve me. It's not really, I don't really give a shit about it. But I know that it's like happening, right? And what he's framing it as we, or not we, but the Orthodox people are kind of taking hijab's side and trying to destroy God logic through the legal system. We're supporting Muhammad hijab or whatever. I haven't seen any evidence of that. Maybe there's a few sprinkled here and there that might within the community. I don't think that I've ever seen any singular ortho YouTuber, apologist, or even somebody who's Orthodox that's in this community. I don't think I've seen any of them do that. So I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know why he seems... That's just the way that it initially comes off within the first 10 seconds. That's the way he's trying to frame it.
Story, how I'm loosely involved in some of this, how they're attempting to put out fires by going on every single platform. Basically, in the last week, there's been...
No. This is, for what I understand at least, when there are these misunderstandings of what orthodoxy is, there are plenty of people that are more than willing to come in and talk to you about it to make sure that you understand the fullness of what they're saying and not using a straw man to judge the church. They'll try to teach you what the church truly is rather than just they don't want you to think wrongly about it. They want to correct you. So if you have criticisms, at least correct what the correct understanding of the church is instead of using straw men.
All sorts of infighting between OrThObRo apologists. If you guys don't know who OrThObRo...
I've not seen any infighting at all. It's all been pretty holistic. It's all been pretty consistent. Everybody pretty much has the same opinion in this community. I've not seen anybody be truly like off the wall. You know, you might have priest here or there that might do it. I'm not going to speak badly about a priest, except for the one guy that's true Orthodox, that he is a schismatic. I don't give a shit. It's not something that involves him. I don't know why he's putting his nose in everyone else's business just so he can keep calling the Eastern Orthodox church as a whole ecumenistic, because that's what he does. That's what he goes and does. That's all he wants to talk about and do. In that, and calling J. Dyer, I forgot what it is, Sergianist, I think, where it's like the Russian government takes precedent over the church or something like that. I think it's something like that. I don't know for sure, but that's all I see that guy doing.
They're kind of distinct from Eastern Orthodox folks who are generally very pleasant and very chill. They are way more rigid in their thinking, and like think of like the Westboro Baptist, but with like Eastern bells and swells. Okay, so
right, so he's trying to compare a you know, what a lot of people consider like the crazy church, like all those crazy people that protest military people of the graveyard. He's trying to create a comparison to the Orthodox Church to those lunatics. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely stupid. More r-slurred maxing reviews, pretty much. I mean, like I'm reviewing a bunch of retards right now.
They were initially upset at God Logic. Okay, follow along for a second. They were upset at God Logic because God Logic did a live stream that then redirected to his second channel, which is ran by his friend Life, which then redirected to JP's live stream, where at some point in the night, JP was speaking to an inquirer of Eastern Orthodoxy, and then they were talking him out of becoming Eastern Orthodox. Now,
all right, so one detail that I noticed that he's not actually adding to it, because it makes God Logic look a little bad, or it does make him look bad, to be honest, is that he was gassing JP and all of them up to deconvert this person, or not even deconvert, but make him stop inquiring into orthodoxy. That's an important detail. That's an important detail, because God Logic was supporting them doing that. That is what people are angry about. So he removes that detail to make everybody seem as though they're deranged and they're just making a big fuss over nothing. Oh, I can't believe you're mad that somebody raided somebody else. Somebody that God Logic raided somebody else, and they were talking shit about Orthodox. That's not what it's about. It's about God Logic himself wanting, like, thinking that it's great that's happening.
JP started doing all of this probably about a month ago. JP, Moeller, Alton, a bunch of different channels, because all this vitriol was hurled at me when I said, hey, I'm not going to debate Jay Dyer, and I'm not going to dedicate a bunch of time to this sort of stuff. So what happened was, because this entire thing happened, Jay Dyer then agreed with a Dawa dude, a Muslim Dawa dude, who said that God Logic is a grifter. Okay, now, this is an accusation often hurled by the Eastern Orthodox. Now everyone is a grifter.
Well, no, the point of what I've heard people say, maybe God Logic is, maybe he isn't. I don't know. I haven't, but I will say that he's definitely anti-Orthodox, which is good enough for me to think that I don't have any interest in interacting with this person or doing anything beyond encouraging him to debate, you know, an Orthodox apologist about that topic. But the thing about it is that the person that I know for a fact is a grifter is you, Bruce. You are a grifter. You had that interview with that business organization where you said, like, oh, we got to figure out how to make money over this. How do we make money off of these people? It doesn't really matter how many people we got. It's how much money we making with the people we got. Like, that's what you're doing. We're not here. We're here to sell a service, and that's what we're doing here. You're using the religion as a selling point. You're manipulating idiots into following a cult, your cult, and calling it Jam Church or whatever, Rhythm Church, I think is what it's called. That's you. It's you.
Okay, so God Logic is a grifter. This then led to Andrew Wilson, who had a 5-hour live stream with David Wood, which is utterly insufferable, playing games and word salad around logical presuppositions when you should or shouldn't.
Wait,
partner
hold
with
on.
So God Logic is an accusation often hurled by the Eastern Orthodox. Now everyone is a grifter. Okay, so God Logic is a grifter. This then led to Andrew Wilson, who had a 5-hour live stream with David Wood, which is utterly insufferable, playing games.
Utterly insufferable. So it was utterly insufferable because he was trying to explain why people would have that opinion and why I forgot exactly everything that was said in that conversation, but it was pretty much Andrew trying to explain trying to explain like the logic behind it. He was giving him a fake debate topic, so he tried to debate the topic, but that's not what he actually wanted to talk about. What he wanted to talk about was Jay Dyer. He wanted to do a drama stream with Andrew Wilson, where Andrew Wilson would have to protect Jay Dyer, but he didn't actually give a shit about the prompt. That's what happened in there, and he kind of exposed that. So it wasn't insufferable. It was David would ask for something. He gave a fake prompt, and he was wormy and trying to make it into this big, like, emotional pile-on of, like, look how bad Jay Dyer does. I can't believe Jay Dyer said bingo. That's what the whole stream was supposed to be about. But it wasn't, because, you know, he kind of got, he got logicked, bro. He got thunk maxed.
When you should or shouldn't partner with Dawa liars, who, by the way, have doxed David Wood's family, doxed God Logic, I think his wife, just like really bad faith actors from this whole thing. Okay, and so now what came out is, if you are not willing to have an opinion on every single theological issue, to disclose your denomination, to debate them upon their prompting, debate me or you're gay, debate me or you're gay, debate me or you're gay, you shouldn't even.
Okay, so that's not, you know, once again, it's a straw man. The point of it is what are you defending? That's what's being said. What are you defending? What do you, like, that's the whole point of all of this shit that's been happening. What are you defending? Are you defending a church? Shit, son. So that's the whole point of it. What are you defending? Why are you defending it? That's kind of the whole point of all of this has been. Kind of why a lot of you have been kind of exposed as just manipulators and liars and emotional con artists. And that's what's happened over the past couple of weeks. That's definitely what happened. I thought David Wood wasn't that bad of a dude. I thought he did his work. You know, he wasn't Orthodox, but I thought eventually, you know, if he gets engaged with that kind of community, eventually he would convert, because AP had converted and stuff like that. So I thought, oh, David would be by it, you know. You know, I thought eventually, just leave it be. He'll be all right. He'll figure it out. But no, it turns out that he has that Calvinist dude that didn't know anything that the fuck what he is talking about, on just to talk shit about Orthodoxy because he's mad at Andrew Wilson, pretty much.
Me doing apologetics. Okay, this is what they're now saying, and in all of this, it's awoken an entire community of people to combat their issues. So now they went from calling God Logic a grifter to getting behind the GoFundMe of God Logic, which is peak irony in all this. At the same time, there was a scandal that broke out because a girl named Catherine who wrote a Substack about dating in the Eastern Orthodox community and pointed out that, you know, a lot of these guys are coming out of the red pill, manosphere, brain rot. Oh,
okay, so here's the problem with that. As far as I know, I don't know a whole lot about that situation, but I do know that what that woman did was basically trying to kind of make an exposed video on it. It's like a feminist going in there trying to expose like the fucking petty or all the misogyny that's in the Orthodox Church. That's kind of what it is. I mean, it's just one of those things. It's like I think I heard somebody talk about this, and they made the same character. I think it may have even been Jay that said this, but it's kind of like when like a Democrat goes to Republican states and they try to interview Christians that are coming inside or that are coming out of church or hanging out somewhere. They try to interview those people, and they're trying to ask them about things, you know, about gay people and stuff like that. And they have really harsh opinions about it, which they ought to. They try to use that as an like they're exposing the fucking conservative states of being, you know, bigots. They don't like, you know, they're racist. They're racist. They're sexist. They're anti-gay, which you should be anti-gay, by the way. But anyways, but they did that in a manipulative way to try to make red state look bad. So you need to vote more in blue in your red state to prevent those bad people from taking it over. It's emotional manipulation is what it is, ultimately. And that's what she did with the church,
are dealing
as far
with
as I understand.
like basic grooming issues and smell issues, and they're very demeaning towards women. Now, in all that, they then exposed revenge porn of this poor girl, okay? Which then divided the online OrthoBros even more. Or, I mean, yeah, for the first time, we saw OrthoBros finally calling them out. And then, this is all the same.
Okay, so, but with it, as far as I understand of what all of that is not really showing revenge porn. What it was is she was sending nudes to a bunch of different people, and she just kept doing it. She did it with a bunch of people, and it was just kind of called out. I don't think that I don't know if anybody actually shared it. I don't know. They could have. But I'm pretty sure that's what it was, that everybody kind of, oh, she sent you nudes too? Wow, that's crazy. She sent me nudes. He just kind of turned into that. And yeah, some people can be really exposed to some of the passions like lust. That happens everywhere. So that's not like a condemnation of the church. That's a condemnation of the nature of man and their struggle with the passions.
Week, mind you. So they go from God Logic is a grifter, David Wood's a grifter, IP is a grifter, okay? Which is ironic, because if everybody's a grifter, then now
right. So you see what he did there. What he did is he said all of that to poison the well before he even starts talking about what the criticisms are. He talked about the criticism a little bit, then he poisoned the well, talked about it a little bit, poisoned the well more, and now so it looks less bad in comparison, so he can hide behind that. It's like, look what you did. Look what that guy did. it's really horrible. What I did in comparison doesn't seem that bad now, does it?
Word uses all meaning, okay? If everyone's a grifter, it's like the word racist, right? Like everyone's racist, then what is racism, right? So why? Because they're not willing to have the debate about the one true church, okay? This on top of
It's not even really, are you not willing to have the debate about the one true church? It's that you have no position. You don't have one. So when you're converting these people out of things like Islam, what are you doing exactly? How exactly does that work? Where do they go? You're taking people who have essentially been brain broken by a false religion, and you're pretty much, while they're in that vulnerable state, handing them a book and just kind of expecting them to understand what to do with it. Because just read the Bible, bro. The Holy Spirit will guide you. How do you know that? What do you know what that's like? You don't. So what happens with them? They begin to realize after the religion that you broke them out of, how they've kind of been fooled into believing that. Now they're just going to move on and just become an atheist for the most part. I don't think that most of them continuously stay in that religion that they're trying to get them to be a part of, because I don't even know if they even follow a true practice or religion, because I don't know what they do. I don't know what churches they are following, what doctrines they believe in, you know?
With this girl writing a Substack talking about dating in the Orthodoxy, which was a very reasonable article. Her name's Catherine. That the revenge corn that was released of hers is now even being debated within some of these circles, and if she should be and the photos they released were of her like in a bathing suit, and then there was actual, I guess, explicit photos she sent. I don't know, and basically they're saying she's a hypocrite for saying anything about dating, which is a very nuanced article. So that happens, okay, and then
It's a very nuanced article. Well, from everything that I've heard about it, is that she was literally sending nudes and lewds to people in the Orthodox community. That's what was happening, and she was doing it with multiple people, because she went there with the sole purpose to create an article about dating within the Orthodox Church. So she was talking to many people.
it's a bunch of screenshots of Eastern Orthodox churches, and I think some Catholic churches too, seemingly charging for the sacrament of baptism. Okay, this all happens in the same week. Now, I didn't cover this last week because I was traveling.
So I'll give you the baseline understanding of what I understand is happening. It's like it's not really like they're not charging for you to be baptized. What it is like, I guess, a celebration after the baptism. You can like rent a place or something like that. I don't know exactly what it is, but it's not charging for the baptism. It's renting out a space for you to celebrate and for the food to be provided and stuff like that for it. So that's what it is. So it's not. So it's not the way that they're framing it. That's what I understand as it. That we're gonna look at another video later, kind of like goes through it a little bit more.
I was in Florida. Shout out to all my people that came out to the show in Tampa. Probably our best show that we've had, over 200 people. So thank you guys to all who came out there. So in the midst of all of this, they are absolutely messing down. So Andrew Wilson is jumping into any stream he can to try and put out the fires. And now this has led David Wood to say, okay, so we're all grifters if we can't debate your one true church. So David Wood's been doing an onslaught of Eastern Orthodox streams and engaging with folks who are Eastern Orthodox, hearing the arguments against it, hearing the arguments for it, prepping for some sort of debate I'm assuming he's going to have. This has other people doing now call-in streams, debating Orthodox inquirers, and it's really all kind of culminating in the same week, exposing the utter hypocrisy within this OrThObRo community and how absolutely deluded they are. Now, I want to draw a clear distinction. I think there's a difference between good faith Eastern Orthodox Christians who
Right, and this is what they're doing, what they're really doing, and this is what it looks like from the outside at least, is that they're trying to create a separation and a division within the church itself, so that they can convince the other It's like they're trying to create a division within the church. That's what's happening. Trying to create a division within the church so that they can go like, well, look, they're bad, right? That makes us, that means we're closer in the right mindset, correct? It's like, it's ultimately not your decision whether or not that's happening, and it's ultimately not your it's not your prerogative to even give that opinion. Like, it's not something that you have the ability to do, nor is anything that you're saying within that community. It shouldn't be held to any sort of like merit. Kind of retarded.
See other Christians as brothers and sisters in Christ. This would seem like a brother named Fearless Truth, who believes that, hey, if you're a Christian and you place your faith in Jesus, you are a Christian. Though they would prefer you to be a part of the Orthodox Church, but he would say, hey, you're still a brother in the faith, right? This is someone that's close to God logic, versus folks that are more hardline and they're angry about anyone that's quote unquote not ecumenical. All right, and this is all culminated. David Wood's stream yesterday, which you guys should all check out, where he points out just some of the utter brain rot that is coming out from these folks and the memes and the craziness here. Okay, so check this out.
Jay Dyer said, cops are enraged. I was skeptical of the ISIS videos 10 years ago, but even the mainstream media doubted them. The second article here refers to the Washington Post. So that was back when he was saying he doubted the executions of the 21 Coptic Christians. And AP replied, he said, do you agree the martyrs were actually beheaded? So he's like, okay.
So by the way, AP, shout out to AP. AP is actually, I guess, a catechumen becoming Eastern Orthodox himself. And AP says, do you believe they were actually, martyrs? Now, AP pointed out that their own patriarchs, I believe Bartholomew, one of the big patriarchs, he's not like the Pope, but he's up there, pointed out on this same stream on David Wood's channel that these folks that are kind of leading the church are more ecumenical and see Protestants and Catholics as distant brothers, but still brothers within the faith, still, I guess you'd call us heterodox, but within Christendom. Okay, so AP pointed that out. So this is Eastern Orthodox asking Jay Dyer, the cult leader of this entire thing. And by cult, I don't mean literally cult. I just mean
I don't mean cult. I just mean like cult in the way that I want to phrase it as cult. I don't mean like a literal cult. I just mean like I want to call him a cult leader to make you feel icky about him. That's that's what you mean. So like this is, and there's a lot of things, like I'm not going to talk about the priesthood. I know that there's, as far as I understand, there's like internal struggles with Bartholomew and stuff. And somebody else, I can't remember the name right now. I know there's internal struggles. That's none of my business. It's none of, it's not something I could even really ever speak on.
Way these guys.
So, but I understand that there are issues with what he's saying.
Guys act is very much like the Dawa bros. Is very much.
Oh yeah, they're just like the Muslims, dude. Just like the Muslims, bruh. Muslim bad. I'm sorry. Well, Muslim are bad. Muslim is bad. But yeah, dude, they just bad. They let the damn Muslim. You know that Orthodox Muslim guy? He got Orthodox in his name. He got Orthodox in his name too. Does that mean he Orthodox?
Like the
fucking
folks who are told,
retard.
don't listen to other arguments, only stay isolated into this little thing, and anyone that challenges orthodoxy is a bad person. So he says this to Jay Dyer, and this is Jay Dyer's response.
Like, do you think it actually happened now? Do you agree the martyrs were actually beheaded? And Jay says, I don't know what happened. I don't call them martyrs any more than I call Hezbollah leaders a martyr.
Right. So you understand what that means, right? Are they martyrs in the sense that they sacrificed themselves for the church? No. Sorry. I mean, I know that's like pretty much anything that you read from the fathers that talk about people who martyr themselves for false churches or for non-Orthodox churches is that they martyred themselves in vain. They are not martyrs. They are. Sorry.
So they're not martyrs because they weren't martyred for the true church, and they're basically in the same category as Hezbollah jihadis. He wouldn't call those guys martyrs because they're outside the church, just like these cops.
Okay, now this is an important distinction to make because, again, within Eastern Orthodoxy, there seems to be some division on this particular issue. I want to say they've had some councils about this, and I want to say 10 out of the
And right,
14 or 15 different.
And so this is something that I think is this is, you know, my opinion. I don't know. I could be mistaken here, but they're taking that, saying that they are not a martyr, and they're saying, well, that's a salvific claim. No, it's not. Don't know what happened to them, but they're not a martyr. That's literally it. They didn't sacrifice themselves for the true church.
They wouldn't say different Orthodox churches, but different, you know, Roman, the Romanians, the Russians. A good chunk of them are actually becoming more ecumenical. That some may even say they might have their Vatican II moment, where they acknowledge that folks who are outside the church can still experience salvation. But there are more of these hardliners.
See, there's that thing where it's like there's that statement where he conflates martyr, like being a martyr, as being saved. I mean, this is just something that Protestants do constantly. They conflate simple terms that mean a specific thing, and then say that if you cannot be that, then that means you're saying that I can't be saved. It's just retarded. The martyr is a specific term. You did within, from what I understand within Orthodox. It's not you are saved. It's that you did this for you literally sacrificed you literally sacrificed your life for the church and for Christ.
And unfortunately, the face of the
It
Orthodox
has nothing to do with salvation. Salvation is God's alone. He's the one who decides.
bros are the more hardliners. If you're not Eastern Orthodox, you're not a Christian, you don't have salvation. Okay, so it's a big mess internally within their own.
And see, this is another thing. Like, it's not what that means. It means that you are cut off from the church. You have no normative means. You are on your own. It's you and God. You gotta. It's difficult. I try not to say something that's wrong, but I'm saying, like, you're on your. It's like you're on your own. You don't have the church. It's not. It has nothing to do with salvation. It's just you're less. You're putting everything on yourself, which means you are going to be held more responsible for each of the decisions that you make. You didn't come to the true church, the one Catholic, Holy Apostolic Church. You decided to do it on your own, so now you're going to have to be judged by that method.
Ranks and the
that's going to be the way
the
you're probably judged by.
In Russia, one of the patriarchs
Which
in
could
Russia,
be
who's
harsher.
a billionaire, in business with Putin, has a lot of overlap with the Russian government. A lot of these guys are coming out of the Russian Orthodox side of the church. So, like, the Greeks are chill, other folks are chill, but it's the
Greeks are, whatever. See, this is the thing. It's like they may have different attitudes, but the reason that the Russian church is so prevalent in America is because the Orthodox church that has been started in America has been mostly Russian church outside of Russia. It's Rokor. Been mostly Rokor that's been doing most of the stuff within our nation for the longest time. That's why there's a lot of Russian church goers here. It's not because they're separate churches. They got different. No, it's that there's just more Russian churches as far as I know, and they're bigger churches. They have more people. They're more ingrained within the culture itself, and they also. But I'm not really gonna talk about interpolitical. Like, I'm not gonna talk about the interconnective interactions within each of the churches. I don't have any type of method of condemning or saying one side's better than the other. I'm not gonna do that. But what I'm gonna say is that though there may be differences in attitude, holistically, they're all they all have the same traditions.
Russian Orthodox, which oddly enough, my family, my mom is Russian Ukrainian. She was adopted by an Armenian family. And so this is all very interesting overlap with the corrupt side of the Russian Orthodox, particularly that's in business and in bed with Vladimir Putin and all the issues with Ukraine and them not being in communion with other Eastern Orthodox churches. So they, you know, they blame or they point out the issues within the non-denom space, the Protestant space, and it's like, man, you have churches that are fighting right now that aren't in communion with each other. Some that won't even acknowledge sacraments. Okay, now you guys can do.
Okay, what does that have anything to do with non-denominations? That's literally just two totally and completely separate things. Non-denominational means that I have this Bible and I can just say whatever I want to, and whatever my interpretation of this book is, and I'm going to create a version of God that I can create a church around. That's what non-denominationalism is. It's subjective. It is the most extreme of extremes in subjective Christianity. So that has nothing to do with fucking schisms, dude. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
The research on your own for all this stuff, but this is all fairly public information that is scandalizing to this church as far as I'm concerned, and they're upset that
Why does it matter as far as you're concerned? Who gives a shit? See, this is what I'm saying too, is like everything that he's doing and saying is he's like amping up and hyping up these things. It's like, ooh, they're spooky. But what is actually being truly said by these criticisms? Not a lot. There's not really a whole lot that's really truly being said, except for overemphasizing the story in a way that makes it look worse than what it is, and then also trying to say that this is the fault of the OrthoBro community, or this is the fault of the Orthodox. Like, he's bouncing back and forth between all this shit, and he's doing this in a very he's doing this in a very drama-centered way, right? He's trying to make emotional inferences. He's trying to emotionally manipulate you into thinking a certain way. That's what I get out of this.
you know, Christians don't want to disclose denominations, or Avery or David Wood doesn't want to drop everything they're doing and debate who is the one true church.
And then one more here. So this is from Andrew Wilson, and I
Well, it's not even about dropping anything. It's about what are you actually doing. You're going after Muslims. You're debating them. You're deconverting them from Islam and trying to convert them into Christianity. But what Christianity? Which one? Like, what type of Christianity? What church? What theological grounding? What is your Christology? What are these things? What are you actually converting them to? And if you don't have an answer, then you probably shouldn't be doing this, because what you're doing is you're just creating more atheists, or you're just creating extraordinarily confused and spiritually weakened people.
want people to understand, like, what these guys actually believe about people outside their church. So this is Andrew Wilson. This is Andrew Wilson, and he's got two memes there. So the meme on the left was one that was sent to him to describe what's going on with the OrThObros, and then he fixed it. So I'll show you the...
And by the way, go check out this stream with David Wood. He sat down with Dr. Tony, who went over and, you know, it made a long case against Eastern Orthodoxy that I thought was very good. And you come to your own conclusion.
And by the way, I'm gonna watch that video, and then we're gonna do. I'm gonna say, we're gonna do a little bit of Google AI debunk this. Can it debunk the Calvinist? We're gonna do, can AI debunk the Calvinist stream? That's what we're gonna do. Shit, where's my fucking... It's all broken. There it is.
Actual memes here. This is the first one that was sent to him. Okay. So in this one, an unbeliever is saying, "Help me, she's on fire." And a Christian runs up and says, "Don't worry, here comes the water of life." So this is meant to describe preaching the gospel to the person, everyone. And then he finds out what the... And it's, the hose isn't working. And it's because an OrThObro has...
First, let's settle who the real firefighter is between the two of us.
Okay, so no, that's already asserting that you are indeed a firefighter. that's already trying to say that you already are the thing. So yeah, the meme is a failure in its criticism. If you want a good meme, it needs to actually, you know, be coherent and make sense. So it's already asserting that you are the firefighter and that, you know, that you are the one right here. What if you're not the one right here? Hold on, let me finish this fight. It's got like 2 seconds long, so I can go into more kind of detail with this. Oh, shit, son. You know, you used to be able to use your limit break at a perfect timing on that to just skip that last little bit. I wonder if you could still do it if you timed it correctly. I don't know. But okay, so the real fighter is between the two of us, right? This is what this is what they think of it as, because they have the humanistic mindset, so they think that they are automatically both firefighters. What this is right now is, let's say that this is the Protestant on this end. What they're doing is essentially spraying fucking, you know, gasoline on an open flame. They don't actually know what they're doing. So maybe they have a similar uniform. They perform the same action, but they don't have the same theology. They don't have the same practice. They don't have the same God-given God-given revelation to the church that helps heal people. So they're not actually spraying with water. What they're doing is they're spraying with gasoline and making the problem worse. So that is how I see it, at least. So even if the online OrThObRo is doing this, he could actually be helping you, and you don't even understand it because you don't see what you're spraying, and you don't actually understand the difference between making a flame so big and huge that it just consumes everything within it and burns it all away, and then the fire dissipates and go away. You don't understand the difference between that and actually spraying the water to stop the flame itself. You don't know the difference because you can't perceive it because you've never seen it happen. You don't know these things. And that's the problem.
Now, again, I gotta make the distinction. This isn't all Eastern Orthodox. This is just the chronically online.
Why are you lying? Because, like, why are you lying? You're accusing OrThObRo, but this, as far as I understand, is a position within the church that it is the true church. That they are the ones who are the official Christian. They are the... Anyways, I almost drifted off into something else, but these are the positions that are held within the church. The OrThoBros are just the ones kind of arguing for it. They're debating you over it. They're trying to correct you, and they're doing it in maybe a very aggressive ways, but what's wrong with that? What is actually wrong with that?
OrThoBro community that's insufferable, okay? So this is absolutely hilarious.
So why would it, if they're giving you truth and they're trying to guide you away from falsity, and that is insufferable to you, why does that matter? Why do your feelings on it matter?
Turned off the hose, and he says, first let's settle who the real firefighter is between the two of us. So that's what people are saying right now. We got Muslims, people are trying to evangelize Muslims.
Yes.
The OrThoBros, no, you have to debate us on the true church or you're not allowed to do anything.
Right.
So that was posted to Andrew Wilson. Check out Andrew Wilson's response. He said he fixed it. He said he fixed the meme. So here's his meme. It's an unbeliever. An unbeliever is on fire. And then a fireman runs up, and you see it's kind of small there, but the fireman's hat says Protestant Christian. Protestant Christian. There's a Protestant. And the Protestant Christian is actually trying to...
Yeah, okay, wow, that's actually really funny. I didn't see this. I didn't see this. That's actually crazy.
For gasoline.
That's actually insane. I don't go on X, so I don't do any of this shit. That's actually really funny.
Put out the fire with gasoline, and then it's the Orthodox guy who unhooks it to keep the Protestant Christian from pouring gasoline on this person. Well,
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
What amazing heroes the OrthoBros are. What amazing heroes are they? I mean, if it wasn't for them, who else would be going on all these streams and calling all these women whores? Who else?
Yeah, once again, getting emotional, getting mad, not even addressing the point that's being made, just going after, oh, you called somebody a meanie word. You said somebody's a meat. I can't believe you called him a meanie word. Shut the fuck up, you pussy.
Would be the most insufferable people on the internet? Who else would be coddling next to the grapers and the racists? Who dropping the N-word?
Oh, the N-word. Oh my god. Wow. Like, what the fuck are you doing right now? Like, this is girly shit, man. I wouldn't even say this is girly shit. What this is pussy shit. That's what this is. This is pussy shit. This is emotional, like, pleading. This is you acting like a pussy.
Unironically, what heroes are these guys, man? They're really fighting the against the real evils of the world, which is Christians putting out fires and doing all the evangelizing. Oh, and by the way, translating all the church fathers and the patristic fathers for you guys and getting you guys copies of the Bible. Who else could do this than the OrthoBros?
Yeah, we give you the word, son. We give you that word, boy. We give you that word, son. We give you the words on the page, son. Who preserved that? Who wrote that? Who did those things? You translated them. Some of you may have translated them, but who wrote the originals? Who maintained it? Who kept the traditions? Who kept those scriptures? Who preserved them? Not you, retard.
Yes. So this is how they view this. Now again, I'm making the distinction OrthoBros because it seems like the vast majority of these Eastern Orthodox cities or regions are becoming more ecumenical, which I think is great because I think these are stupid.
Yeah, of course you think it's great because you don't care whether or not somebody's spraying someone with gasoline or water. You just want to feel good when you turn the hose on. You just want to be the person who's spraying the hose. You don't care what you're actually spraying at anybody.
I think these are stupid things to fight over. Hey, real quick. Whether you're
it's really stupid that you want to know whether or not you're actually doing good or not. It's really, you know, we just want to use the hose, man. We just want to use the hose. Who gives a shit? This shit's pissing me off now. I only watched like the first few minutes of it.
Orthodox,
So
Catholic,
now,
or maybe you're not even sure what you are. Here's something interesting.
I don't.
Guys. $1 million possible if
Okay.
these
Hold
or
on. What is
regions
this?
are becoming more ecumenical, which I think is great because I think these are stupid. Personally, I think these are stupid things to fight over. Hey, real quick, whether you're Protestant, Orthodox, Catholic, or maybe you're not even sure what you are. Here's something that every follower of Jesus can lock arms on. Unborn babies should be protected, and we can be a part of that protection. So you have to hear about this. Seriously, don't skip over this video. For $26, you can create a life-altering, life-saving moment for a mother and her beautiful baby. I didn't believe that was possible at first either. $26. That may sound small, but it may be the most important $26 you and I can spend today. That $26 reaches a woman before the abortion industry does, right when she's scared, isolated, and searching for answers. And in that moment, you can become our lifeline. Not a building.
Okay, so
not a billboard.
what I will say is this. This is something that's important to support. Is that ecumenistic? No. It's not ecumenistic to be supportive of similar things. It's ecumenistic to try to alter one's position so that everybody can have a very similar, the same, or just ignoring disagreements that we have in order to maintain some sort of church unity that's non-existent.
You.
So this is a good thing to
Instead of being
support.
told she has no choice, here's compassion. Instead of being rushed, she's met by someone who says, "We see you. We will help you. You are not alone." Human Coalition has already helped over 35,000 women choose life. I've actually been privately giving to them for years. Because of their tech-first approach, which connects women with long-term continuum care, connecting the mother with ongoing support and resources after the baby is born. So I was ecstatic when they decided to sponsor this video. But here's the part that keeps me up at night. There are still more than 1 million mothers right now, today, who haven't been reached yet. And many of them, this is their only hope before the abortion industry gets to them first. Your $26 doesn't fund a program. It creates a life-saving moment, a moment where a mother and her baby are given a second chance. If you've ever wondered whether one small action can actually save a life, this is that moment. Give $26 today. Be her lifeline. You can hit the link in the pinned comment or in the description. Make that donation today.
What's that mean? It means that they think we're actually doing evil. When we preach the gospel, to Muslims, we're actually making the situation worse and doing something that's completely evil, and that's why they need to do what?
Yeah, this is kind of the point. I actually sort of agree with that. And the reason that I agree with that is because what gospel are you preaching? If it's not the preserved understanding of the Orthodox Church, then you're preaching a false gospel. And that would be bad. Oh, shit, son.
What's the meme say? You stop them from preaching. You have to stop them from preaching the gospel to Muslims. Stop them from
stop
doing
you
that.
from spreading heresy.
I don't know how else they can make it clear that they believe anyone who's outside of their church, who's refuting Islam, evangelizing Muslims, you are actually doing harm, and that's why you have to be stopped. And that's why, guess what? That's why they would have no problem aligning with Dawa guys to stop non-Orthodox Christians from preaching the gospel. That's why they have no problem being aligned on that issue.
Right.
Yeah. So absolute L after L. Now, a couple things.
Why? How is that an L?
This distinction before. The nature.
If you are teaching false things, oh shit. You're teaching false things that actually take people further from Christ, then yeah. Sorry, that's bad.
Just harass people online has led me to actually learn something from Jay Dyer. A valuable lesson, which is, man, how to use that block button on X. And it's become one of my favorite pastimes. It's just to block OrthoBros on X because the utter brain rot that's came out. And one of the things that came out on X was, we've talked about this before. Prior to 2021, 2022, when I started making primarily Christian content, I discovered Mike Winger in like 2019. I was making marketing videos for Christians who are trying to become full-time with their art or with their businesses or fill in a blank, okay? And a lot of these clips of me have been clipped out of context when I'm speaking to marketing gurus like Brandman Sean on trying to help Christians learn how to build an audience, monetize an audience, convert people so they can make a living and sustain themselves, okay? Now this is all these videos are back up. So one of the videos that's been clipped is me talking to Brandman Sean, who's a marketing guy. I actually talked about Brandman Sean in my book, Godly Ambition. You should go get that. It's a great book. We talk about Brandman Sean, and I'm sitting there talking because I have a community of Christian rappers who are doing good music, but they don't know how to build their audiences. Have a clip where I say, hey, I got this many followers. How do I monetize these people? That's been clipped as if I'm talking about monetizing these people, not a Christian artist who's selling Christian music, but how do I monetize these people?
Right, and like this is a misrepresentation of the things he said. I'd pull up the video, but like you can literally see what's being said even within like the music video by what's it called, Fringecore. You can literally hear the clip of where he says some of that. You could watch the whole thing and you can see exactly the context in which he means it. It's not good.
People that I'm selling.
It's not what he's. It's not the way he's
if you are confused
explaining it.
On what we do here, we don't sell the gospel. The gospel is free. It's available for everyone, everywhere. You can walk into almost any church in America, get a free copy. But we've been making videos and merchandise and all this sort of stuff. And I've been doing this as a public Christian. So this clip gets weaponized against me. Every 6 months this comes up. It's utterly in bad faith. There's also all sorts of other accusations, attacks on my church, so on and so forth. So someone posted this clip, and I replied with, one of the screenshots of seemingly Orthodox churches charging for the sacrament of baptism. Simply point.
Which is untrue, as far as I understand. It's more of like after your baptism, you can pay to rent out a room to have a celebration in. That's the thing that I've seen. There's another video that I might watch later. I don't know. Get kind of sick of doing this. I want to turn my brain off. I want to retard Max a little bit. But for the most part, no. That is, from what I understand, that's not what's happening at all. And you might be able to find like a few individuals that maybe are doing that, but I don't think that that's like something that is supported through the church. It's not a doctrinal thing that is supported throughout the church, and it's probably not a good thing if they were to do it. Or it's 100% probably isn't. 100% not.
Out, hey, if you're going to attack me for helping Christian rappers 7 years ago, 6 years ago, figure out how to monetize their audiences, and
the reason why I'm being kind of like shaky on that is not because I don't think that it's bad. It's because it's not really my place to make that judgment, whether it is or isn't. I can have a personal thing that, yeah, that's bad if that happens, but I'm not speaking for the church, and I'm sure the church has a position on this. There's another video that that SIG guy, I think he did a debate, an open panel kind of debate on that to try to dispel some of that stuff. I hadn't watched very much of it, but we may go through that at some point, but probably not right now.
Not see the plank in your own eye of you guys seemingly charging for the sacrament of baptism. Oh man, like you guys are beyond cooked right now. Do I think every Orthodox church is charging for baptisms? No. Do I think this is a normative process in their church? No. But the point is, hey, we're helping Christians figure out a way to make a living for themselves, figure out a way to provide for their families who are artists. 6 years ago, I don't talk about this stuff as much anymore, and I made some comments that I've apologized for, particularly the FU comment, you know, and I'm clearly in a different studio. I look totally different. I'm wearing a beanie. This is the peak of leftist brain rot of trying to take when leftists would take stuff.
Peak of leftist brain rot. Meanwhile, you're calling people racist and shit, and just using like that type of rhetoric to go after the church. Hold on a second. What the fuck? How did I get hit by that? Let me get this combo out. Oh shit, they hit me. Oh fuck, I'm gonna die. Fuck. Oh well.
People's Twitter accounts 10 years ago, something stupid they said when they were younger, and then taking it and republishing it and literally canceling people. They tried.
My brain turned off there.
This is what they tried to do to me, and it failed. Why? Because they.
Oh, I'm gonna have to get some caffeine in a minute, in a second.
If I'm a grifter, and Avery's a grifter, and David Wood's a grifter, and IP's a grifter, then that word loses meaning. It doesn't mean anything. Because I think the audience is sophisticated and smart enough to say, hey, wait a minute, Ruslan's not selling us the gospel. Ruslan is reacting to commentary. He's having conversations with different people. He's putting on live events. He's selling quality merch, books, prayer journals. It's not the same as monetizing the gospel. So within all of that, gross miscalculation. And what they've done is now Wood is ready to debate the one true church count. He's prepping to. What they've done is they've divided themselves amongst themselves, and now people are pointing out.
We haven't divided ourselves amongst ourselves, or they haven't done that. They're still consistently arguing for the same things, and David Wood is not a. That's just saying that David Wood is a part of that. That doesn't make any sense. Oh my god, how did that hit me? I'm like actually not able to like fucking think right now.
Wait a minute, you're throwing stones from a glass house. Okay, now you have guys like JP and Moeller and the Christian King and Alton that are doing call-in streams that are saying, hey, like, let's go at it, let's debate. And I think this sucks from one standpoint, because from my vantage point, there's a difference when people have permissible practices, like say you want to venerate.
Okay, so this is the thing too. It's like JP, Moeller, all those people are having open panels discussing this stuff. Okay, and they're kind of losing, and they're kind of exposing how they don't actually understand the positions at all, and they're also exposing how bad faith they are and how much they just are not willing to contend with any of the true criticisms that are being made, and they're trying to divert and use any type of method that they can to avoid the actual real conversation that's trying to happen.
And then saying those permissible practices are dogmatic and everyone must submit to your practices. And by dogmatic, these things are not negotiable. Okay, they're not negotiables. So can you let bygones be bygones? Sure, but if everything is an attack and of dumb, sloppy, bad arguments against Protestants, and that's how you're monetizing your audience, by the way, is sitting around and debating normie Protestants, okay? And then people say, yeah, well, we're going to do that too. We're going to match that energy, okay?
Then accept the debate. Like, you're saying all this stuff, but accept the debate then. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, and if you don't want to, that's fine. Why are you still talking shit? You could just not engage with it. That's fine. You don't have to. I mean, would I debate? No. Why would I not debate? Because I'm not part of the church and it's not my place to do that. But there are people who will. And if that's what you're doing, is you're allowing other people to go do it for you, then, I don't know, like set up a debate, have it on your platform or whatever, or go to a neutral platform and use that as your representation of your theology then. So that we understand what your position is.
Guys that are younger than I am, guys that maybe don't have as many responsibilities as I do, and they're creating this entire new community of Protestant apologists. Okay, potentially David Wood being one of them. Gross miscalculation. And this is all happening on the backdrop of God Logic being catapulted into mass success because of this Muhammad hijab situation. Them calling him a grifter and then doing a U-turn and saying, we're going to, oh, by the way, go support God Logic's GoFundMe. Okay. Utter miscalculations. I really don't think these guys are very smart or sophisticated.
Which, by the way, yeah, you should support God Logic's legal fund, because what Muhammad hijab is doing is horrible. You should do that. But it has nothing to do with what's going on right now. Absolutely nothing. So I don't understand why this keeps getting added up to being the same thing. It's not. Hold on a second. I try to recollect my thoughts real quick. But, why would you think that Orthodox would be worried about these people trying to disprove their position? I don't understand why they think they would be afraid of that. I don't think any Orthodox apologist is going to be worried that you're going to try to disprove them, because they believe they're representing the fullness of the truth. So it's kind of silly to just assert that, oh, now you done dude, son. David Wood's coming after you now, son. Okay, the second that he has the ability to criticize Orthodoxy, that'll be great, because that means he'll have to take a hard position on what position is correct or not.
I think they think they're smart, but it's just a total failure on their part, while dealing with, at the very least, optics issues regarding charging for the sacrament of baptism, and calling guys like
that's not even real,
David Wood,
as far as I understand.
Grifters. This couldn't be more poetic. And so, yeah, if you're going to consistently,
I mean, you guys are
throw
continuously-
false and slanderous accusations against myself and friends of mine, guess what? There's gonna be some people that are gonna say, okay, well, we too could play that game, right? Now, is that done in good faith? Is it not done in good faith? I don't know what people's motives and intentions are, and I think there are a lot of good Eastern Orthodox folks behind the scenes that are trying to figure this out. And in all of this, I think this is where the question comes down to, which I think is really a question of faith. Can you have dogmatic views, meaning dogmas are not up for negotiation? They're not up for negotiation. You don't get to pick and choose dogmas, okay? Can you have dogmatic views? Because in Eastern Orthodoxy, everything's a dogma. If some of those dogmatic views are not in the primary sources, okay? And that's where these debates are about to start going about. So all this attacking of sola scriptura, all this attacking of...
Right, this is the thing, right? What is the primary source? That's kind of like the big question, right? What is the primary source? How can you justify how can you justify that your primary source is even correct or not? Oh shit, dude. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Ah, fuck. That's kind of like the whole problem. It's kind of the thing that kind of just goes past a lot of Protestants. They think that they already have it. Okay, so if the scriptures are the final authority, how do you know that? Is it because of the scriptures? Okay, that's circular. Like, that's kind of the point.
Protestants, the question becomes, can you have views like the intercession of the saints, which is a dogma? Can you have views like the veneration of icons, which is a dogma, that when you look at the ante-Nicene fathers, okay, the fathers that were writing before the Council of Nicaea, can you look at the scriptures and not see these dogmas in there, and then make these dogmas that you must hold over all Christians everywhere? And if we don't agree with these dogmas, then we're the ones that are lukewarm or university Christians, and we don't have the fullness of the church. And I would say a reasonable person, if we're looking at the primary sources, if you're claiming a dogma, but those dogmas aren't in the primary sources, we'll evaluate that and say, hey, yeah, that doesn't seem to add up. Now, again, from my vantage point, I think there could be permissible actions, and I think that there may have even been some Christians prior to the ante-Nicene fathers that had these practices, but that doesn't mean that they were normative practices for all Christians as dogma. So what you get is the Catholics acknowledge doctrinal development. There was development of doctrines. The seeds of them were there, but they developed. Whereas the Orthodox claim that we are the one true unchanging church. Now, how can you be the one true unchanging church if your dogmas aren't found in the primary sources?
But let's just say that they can't be found within the scriptures, and that's also trying to say that scriptures are the primary source. How would you know that they are the primary source? That's not a question that is really giving an answer to. He's just kind of asserting it because that's a Protestant dogma that they are. So he has no real ability to come up with a reason fuck it, Lord, why that would be the case. Hold on. This shit's pissing me off. Okay, we're done. But I mean, it's just him taking a hard position on that. But that being the only hard position, because it's like it's kind of like we're the church of no exclusion, but we're gonna exclude the people who exclude it, are exclusionary. We don't think that that's what you ought to do as a Christian, which is insane.
That is what's going to be discussed. And when you hear these arguments for it, when you hear the arguments for intercession of the saints, when you hear the arguments for icon veneration, when you hear the arguments for you must confess your sins to a priest, okay, or confess your sins to God in the presence of a priest, they'll nuance it, right? I think they're lacking, okay? So what that means is you come back to, well, I'm just going to receive this stuff by faith, which is if it's by faith, then it's not this logical
Right, so this is like it's a straw man of what the position is. A lot of these things can be found in scripture. And you can show that even with the SIG debate that we did the other day, you can see that it's shown through scripture. So it's not even that it can't be, it's that it can be. But what is the point of even just giving you the scriptures themselves? We don't have to grant you the scriptures. You don't have to. It's not something that needs to be done. You have to be capable of justifying why the scriptures are what your foundation is, and how it is the actual thing that reveals truth to you, and how the infallible source can be perceived by a fallible being, a one fallible individual. It would have to be through the Holy Spirit. But how do you know you have the Holy Spirit? Can you prove to me that you have it? Ultimately, no. You could say that, well, you get it during baptism. Okay, so then is that all baptism? All baptism gives you the Holy Spirit? And if that's true, then everybody who's been baptized, if they all come to different conclusions from the same scriptures, listening to the Holy Spirit, does that mean that they are all justified? And the answer is obviously no. So then we got to use context, and you have to be able to discern. Or the Holy Spirit's what helps you discern, but you have to be able to go through context and use your, you have to be able to put in the work to understand it. You have to rationally be capable of comprehending what the scriptures are saying to be able to understand what God is. So they are they are constructing their own God in a rationalistic way that could produce many different Christological concepts, but depending on the framework that they're using to interpret the scripture, which is why you need a perfect interpreter, which means that it needed to be God revealed, and that God that revealed that revelation from God would have to be preserved. So Christ comes to reveal the truth, and it would have to be preserved somewhere. If you are killed for saying Jesus is God, but you aren't Orthodox, then you weren't a martyr. No. As far as I understand, no. Yeah, that's just the position of, because what that is a position of, I forgot, but I don't know a super whole lot about it. I just know that the answer to that is no.
Mathematical formula where you have the better arguments.
What I understand.
Okay. Now that doesn't prove Eastern Orthodoxy false. It just shows that perhaps if you have multiple dogmas that aren't in the primary sources, those dogmas invalidate the claim that you are the one true church. That, hey, that's
why does that invalidate anything? You can't justify why your interpretive framework is the one that's preserved by Christ. You would have to tell me, you would have to explain to me and give me evidence of how that revelation is true, and it can't just be because I think so. This is the problem with this whole mindset, is it creates interpersonal subjective Christianity and a subjective interpersonal God that's based on feelings, which is what happens. I mean, that's what almost all of you guys pretty much preach. It's an interpersonal experience that you feel something from. That's a lot of what these people fucking argue for. And that's not the argument of the Orthodox Church. It doesn't matter how you feel. This is the place where God has preserved his revelation. And you have to participate in that.
Permissible practice, but you can't say you're the one true church and you're unchanging. You're unchanging, okay? Now you got to change what the word unchanging means for any of this to be coherent. Now, they have a framework.
No. So if there was a what I laid out was the necessity of that revelation being preserved somewhere and it being maintained, and it would have to have God there, the Holy Spirit there, to maintain that truth. Otherwise, it would slip and degrade away, because humans are imperfect. But so you can use the Orthodox Church as evidence that that is where the revelation has been kept and maintained and preserved, and that would be evidence of the Holy Spirit being there. That would be a rational evidence of it being there. So if you're talking about certain changes in wording in the liturgies, or you're talking about I don't know, different practices on how they serve the Eucharist or things like that. Those are not different dogmas. They're different presentations of the same tradition. Yeah, because the concepts themselves would be the same. Like I've said before, the English language specifically has a lot of context-dependent words. You have to use the words in a certain format, in a certain way, with a certain intent for a meaning to be expressed. So you could have different words expressing the same concepts.
For this, but I think it falls apart. Now, in the midst of all this, my Instagram editor, Sergio, decided to just drop some absolute rage bait. I don't even know if Sergio knew this was happening, but this is hilarious. He decided to put out this reel on my Instagram. Okay, so let me refresh this. This has all the people that the OrthoBros absolutely hate in it, particularly Wes Huff and Gavin Ortland. Okay, so it says, this is so funny. Things Protestants gave the world, everyone else takes for granted. Okay, and this is actually influenced by Redeemed Zoomer, and it opens with me and Gavin Ortland. Some say these were bad. Mass literacy.
Okay, like, just get prepared for this, because this is going to be retard shit, and then I'm going to give you what Orthodoxy gave you.
Okay, guess who really wanted everybody to have access to the scriptures and read the Bible for their own? Yes, that was us. That was Protestants.
Who gave you universities?
Okay.
Orthodoxy, the Byzantine Empire.
Then you got me and
so Matt, like big time high level education. That's Orthodoxy.
Wes Huff, Scientific Revolution. All right.
Okay, Scientific Revolution. What would you have needed that before to proceed to that point? You would need universities and high level education. Byzantine Empire.
Now the Catholics had a hand in some of this sort of stuff for sure. Microbiology and modern medicine, Protestant work ethic.
Protestant work ethic. What is that? Is that also something that comes from something before that? Did the Protestants just always exist and have that as a core tenet of their character?
All right, me and KB.
Or did that come from something?
Great music.
Oh God, debatable. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now, the Orthodox chants are some of the most beautiful music. Is some of the most beautiful music I've ever heard in my life. Sorry, I don't think that they've given great music. I think they've created the pop sensationalization of what is Christ, and not even being able to express truly what it means to have that relationship within that. It's mostly like shit like Jesus take the wheel, or I'll walk across the water. Like, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? It's mostly, this is what I'll say, a lot of what Protestant music is just this weird, like, boyfriend level. God's my boyfriend. God's gonna save me. God's gonna do all this stuff. It's like pre-lustful. It's not good music to me. What it is it's very arrogant sounding bullshit.
Free speech. So you got Cliff.
Free speech? What is free speech? Oh, I don't understand how free speech is just automatically a good thing.
Man, Living Waters. And so this I didn't know he did this on purpose, but this is absolutely.
All right, so now I'm going to give you what Orthodox gave you. They gave you Christ. They've revealed Christ to you. And you've polluted it to the point where it's disintegrated down to this point where you just think of you have these intersubjective interpretation of what God is. We gave you, or not we gave you, but the Orthodox kept the preservation of who Christ was and what he did, and that's what they gave you. They gave you the scriptures. They preserved the Old Testament for you. They wrote and maintained the New Testament. They gave the church fathers were a part of the Orthodox Church, so you have the writings because of them. So you have greater understanding just by reading them, as long as you have the proper framework. If you don't have the right framework, then you're going to get stuff completely different out of what they're saying. Except for some of them. Some of them, like Augustine, did give things like the filioque. He gave a filioque argument, definitely. But that doesn't mean that it's holistically true within the context of the church. That just means he was mistaken.
Hilarious. And so, listen, I think it's okay if we lean into some of this tension and conflict and have some fun with it, right? Like, especially if the pushback is going to be so bad faith and an absolute straw man of some of this sort.
This whole video has been bad faith and straw manning and just kind of playing off of people's emotions and you trying to manipulate a bunch of retards into thinking that you're the good guy in this situation. That's all you're doing. You're emo maxing. You're emo maxing and you're emo maxing and you're money maxing. That's what you're doing right now. OrThObRo Max, you're talking about thinking. It seems like there's a lot of thinking going on here. No, this is expressing the practice in which I've committed to. So this is an expression. This isn't thinking. This is not. I'm not actually thinking right now. I'm talking. That's an external expression of what I know to be true or not.
Stuff.
Not cope. It's truth.
People are going to respond, and so I didn't even put that together. That was Sergio, which I thought was hilarious and very appropriate in light of everything that's going on. But I don't even know if he knew all of this crazy stuff that was happening on the OrThObRo side. So terrible week for OrThObRos online. Huge miscalculations on their part.
I don't think so. I think it's been a terrible week for Protestants. Like I actually started looking up debates that people on this region of the internet, they said they absolutely they fucking crushed in it, and I went and reviewed them. That SIG debate with AP. AP definitely lost that debate. He bickered and tried to continuously reassert that his position was true throughout that debate without being able to give an argument to why it is true and how it could be true. He was just continuously restating the position over and over again for 2 hours. I mean, he never really argued. He never debated. And he was also confused on terms, which is fine. You don't have to know all these terms. You don't have to be like a Philbro to be able to engage in these types of topics. But it's ultimately, can you even understand them? Are you actually truly trying to understand them? Or do you already have a position that you've locked in that you're using as your go-to thing, that you think that you really feel like you can truly debate it very well, and you just keep holding on to it because you don't know what you would be without it? You don't know, you rely on your worth being tied to this argument that you're having, and all you have to do is let it go. Just let it go. Consider that you could be wrong and quit lying to people saying, well, if I'm proved wrong, I'll fucking consider it. Because it's either one of two things. It's either you are holding on to it because you think it makes it special for having this argument, or you just don't get it. It's one or the other. And the way to get out of both of those is to be humble and stop thinking. Start maxing. Start retard maxing. Stop thinking. Start learning.
Part by partnering with the Dawa guys, then flip-flopping and supporting God Logic, going after everybody and calling everybody grifters, intentionally using clips out of context of me from a month ago. And what do you think is going to happen? People are going to say, okay, we've had enough. We got the time. We're going to do it. Now, I still want to have one of these debates at some point in time. I just don't know with who, because I think many of these guys are bad faith. Anyone that's using clips of me from 5 or 6 years ago is absolutely bad faith and is it.
So anybody using clips of you that shows that when you were building up this channel and this whole business idea that you had, using the roots of what started it is bad faith. Giving and showing that, and then you also giving kind of an expression of like, we got good merch, dog. We got that good merch, dog. Hey, shit, son. We got all that good merch. We sell it. We making the stacks on stacks, son. Making stacks on stacks on stacks. We got that shit. We got them subscribers. We got that revenue. I've got that. We got all that shit, man. That's what you said. Like, you already kind of shown that you have that mindset stuff.
Idiot as far as I'm concerned. Like, to not be able to parse the difference between providing Christian marketing, which all those videos are still up, by the way, in their context. You can search
would be
Ruslan,
able to
Brandon,
stand on
Sean.
his own feet.
You can see that conversation
even
from
if
March
he
of 2020.
had trained with Ramadan.
And see, hey, what am I talking about? I'm using a hypothetical situation of an artist who has an audience. Particularly, I had somebody in mind at that time who is trying to figure out how to make a living for themselves so they don't run their family and their personal life into the gutter. Anybody that's going to take that and assume that I'm using that to say, how do I...
Well, if you were telling a bunch of Christian rappers, this is what you need to do to make sure you don't go bankrupt and shit, and you gotta do all this shit, man, so you can be an artist and live your dreams out. Why don't you tell them to just fucking stop? Like, nah, I'm sorry, but if you want to be a Christian rapper, that's a cool hobby to have. But if you're using that as the thing that you make money with, the thing that you have to do, otherwise, you know, or you're just going to sacrifice everything just to do this, that makes you a fucking bitch. That doesn't make you a man. That makes you a fucking pussy-ass bitch. Go get a fucking job. Go to church. Go to liturgy. Stop thinking so much. Stop taking so much pride in something that's ultimately meaningless. It's ultimately meaningless.
Monetize my business church is an absolute idiot in bad faith. And I still haven't found one of these guys that's willing to debate that's not in bad faith. Meaning you're not intentionally.
You just called it a business church. Now this is just going to be my opinion, but I think if Christ, you know, came to your business church, he'd be flipping over fucking tables and start whipping you dumb fucks out of there. Like, I'm sorry, that's what I think. That's what I think would happen.
Slandering and demeaning and misrepresenting.
And that's my personal interpretation that I get from revelation of the Holy Spirit through baptism that I got when I was a fucking egg in my mother's womb when she was baptized.
What I was actually doing at the time. And so I think the people are sophisticated enough. I think that whole grifter thing has completely lost any weight. I think there's internal issues within the broader Eastern Orthodox community that they want to just wave away and pretend that they're not there.
He says he's been to the Oriental Church, which, you know, bad Christology, but so he thinks that gives him some sort of street cred on talking about the true experience of Orthodoxy, but
I think there's other issues with the Oriental Orthodox claiming to be the one true church and the true Orthodox claiming to be the one true church. And you got billionaire patriarch.
Yeah, and I do too. It's because they're schismatic and their Christology's fucked.
Who have said stuff like all Muslims and Christians worship the same creator God. Sounds a lot like Vatican II, okay?
Yeah, I know. And I'm going to say this. If I hear a patriarch or a bishop talk like that, I'm going to be concerned, and I'm going to hope and pray that the church corrects themselves and removes them. That's what I'm going to say. I don't know, you know, I'm not going to say names. I'm not going to talk about that. I'm not going to talk shit about the priesthood. But if there's somebody in schism and in heresy, I hope that the church course corrects itself, and I have faith that it will.
And all this stuff is being waved away. Why? Because I think my prediction.
Meanwhile, everybody in your damn rhythm church, they be dancing to that hip hop and shit, dog. They go to your little kiosk right before they leave by that bless God hoodie, son. And then what happens? They go out. They're like, man, that was a great experience. I really loved it. What did we learn? Did we get any closer to God? I don't know, but I feel like I had a really good time at that concert.
Create more and more divisions within the Eastern Orthodox community because you're adding a microscope and unnecessary scrutiny from constantly attacking Protestants. And we were like, man, you guys do you.
Israel won the election in Kentucky. Well, yeah, Kentucky's fake and gay, and they're getting excommunicated.
But I think it's crossed a threshold, and it's only going to get worse. And I'm here. I'm here to watch and enjoy, and eventually have some conversations, signal boost some of this stuff. That doesn't mean that I think my Eastern Orthodox friends are not Christians. That's not my position, and that's not the normative Protestant position. What that means is, hey,
yeah, you guys are little C Christians. Little C. That means that you're a Christian and being able to differentiate you from other like heretical groups that have separated off, like the Muslims or the Blue Jays or the Mormons. That's a way of differentiating you from those groups. But and you're closer to the true understanding than those people are. So there's a method in which that you could be considered a lowercase c Christian. But does that mean that you're true, holistically living the life as a Christian? No. You are not big C Christian. You are not an Orthodox Christian. You are not the true term of what it means to be that. I'm sorry that hurts your feelings, and I'm sorry that it hurts other people's feelings, but I am not a Christian by that definition, and I am okay with it, and I accept that, and I work towards being that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not just a given.
You're going to
Nothing in life to you is granted to you. You're not just given things. Nothing you ever have will ever just be handed to you. And it shouldn't be that way.
be hypercritical. If you're going to have this hypercritical spirit about everything and everyone, guess what? There's going to be people that are going to want to match that. There's going to be people like David Wood that are going to say, okay, cool, I'm going to sit and I'm going to learn from your guys' best sources. I'm going to learn from the other best sources, and we're going to examine and we're going to have this one true church debate. And
Yes, that's great. Fantastic. And you know why that's a good thing? Why that's great? Because the true Orthodox is the true church. And if you come at it seeking truth and not trying to justify your position and why just automatically saying that the Orthodox is not true, if you actually truly wholeheartedly, honestly, and humbly seek it, it will be given to you. You will know that Orthodoxy is the true church, and you will be another brick in the wall that will make America holy. That's great. Do it, please, because you will end up converting more people to Orthodoxy than you will ever imagine. Do it. It's good. Please do it. Take it all in. Go as good faith as you possibly can in trying to learn about it. Please, because there's only one outcome that I think will be possible from it. That is, or there's two outcomes. You're either not capable of understanding it and you go the other way, and you will be living a life continuously in that ignorance until you are humble enough to maybe accept that you could be wrong, or you will understand that it's true, that the arguments are rock solid, that there is actually very little to actually contend with the things that they're saying.
I think it's good. I think
Please
it's fun.
do it.
Do I think it's productive? Not really. I think it's kind of a waste of time, because I think it's all going to come down to faith. You can look.
That's retarded. I'm sorry, because I don't know. The concept that you have of faith is just, I believe God. Who is God? Who is he? Who is he? Who is God? That is the question. Who is he? How do you know him? Who knows him that can introduce you to him? That's the thing. That's the whole concept. This is retarded. I'm starting to rage max now.
That are binding on all Christians that aren't in the primary sources, and say, I believe this anyway, for whatever reason, for whatever way.
What are the primary sources? The scripture? How do you know the scripture is the primary source? Where do you get that knowledge from? Do you get it from the tradition of anywhere? Are the scriptures themselves maybe a tradition that's carried forth by something? That's a question that you have to answer, but you don't. You just grant yourself these.
Want to nuance it, okay? And then Protestants have to look at the same information and say, hey, yeah, what we're doing is a retrieval method. We're trying to retrieve the original 100 years of the church post the ascension of Jesus. What was that church like, and what was their values, and how did they gather? And by the way, I don't think either church looks like the way the early church looked. For the record, I don't think they sang rock and roll CCM songs. Okay, so I don't think it looks like my church, and I also don't think they wore wizard outfits and had incense and candles everywhere.
Right, like maybe, you know, those, like a certain group of people that you kind of idolize, and you know, maybe they're kind of, you know, similar, almost like they're the same thing, but maybe had split off from another group a long time ago. Maybe even could be the true version of a certain, you know, Blue Jay variety. You know, maybe almost like that. You guys keep catering towards the Blue Jays themselves, right? But then you see something that's pretty similar, if not near the exact same as what was happening before Christ, as being continued within the Orthodoxy. It's just, you know, the true covenant, the full covenant has come into effect. You know,
and had
maybe you should think about that before you just start calling people names. You should look at the people that you idolize, that you think you get the scriptures from, when they're just a group of people who kind of just or they're just a schismatic group that split off a long time ago, and then created interpretations to kind of remove Gentiles, the other nations, from that revelation.
Beautiful art everywhere. I think they may have used art and seemingly had some art. And I also think that they had very simple gatherings around the gospel. So those are my thoughts. I think everybody at the end of the day,
Yeah, they all came around, they sang it, they got around a bonfire, they just played guitar and really grooved out, man. They really had that groovy church. The groove church is what the true church is, bro. You know what I'm saying? Get that quote. By the way, before you leave, grab that blessed God hoodie on your way out, son. Get that shit. Anyways, I'm getting mad now. I'm gonna stop. I'm getting mad. Oh man, yeah, this shit's retarded. All of this shit's so stupid, and it's honestly like talking with toddlers. And this is why I think once you actually come to the conclusion of where the true church is, you should just stop thinking. Just do the practice. Everything kind of works kind of automatically if you give trust to the church and to God, which giving trust to the church would be giving trust to God, because it is his divine institution that he's given to us, or not divine, but it's his institution that he has built for us. Bro, people should just go to liturgy, experience it with an open heart and mind, see how they feel after, also chat with people after the tea time. Yeah. How do you know the church is infallible? Because it has the presence of the Holy Spirit within it, and it would have to be capable of maintaining the God-given revelation that was given to them by the apostles. So there would have to be a connection with the apostles to the true church and the traditions that they teach. And how do you get those traditions? There are some written traditions that Ignatius has, or there's the traditions of the early church fathers that have been written that can kind of show you the consistency of what has happened, even with the first 2 or 3, first, second, and third century up until now. And you can also see, even within the scriptures themselves are holistically true within the church, not partially true. Not everything is based off one scripture. Everything is based on the entirety of the scriptures. Everything. If you believe God is true, then the church cannot be corrupted. Then you just have to find the church. Yeah, you'd have to actually follow that scripture that says that the hell will never prevail over the church, and you'd have to find that church that's there. And within the first, at least 1,500 years, the church has never been something that's considered invisible. It's always been a tangible location. That's a tradition that's carried over up until Protestantism, pretty much. Or maybe you could say some weird heretical Gnostics might have said that, or you could even say that they're making the argument of the true believer, and the church being the gathering of those true believers. Yes, that would still be true, but where are the true believers? What is the doctrine of that true belief? And where is it located? It would still be a physical place in which you could locate. It wouldn't just be something invisible that we would all just kind of float around in the ether and come to eventually just imagine ourselves into the correct opinion. Anyways, shit, son. I don't want to do this anymore. I would have turned my brain off. I would have retard Max for a while. Let's see. I had a game I wanted to play. I have that Still Wakes Deep, but I don't really want to play that. There is one more video I kind of want to look at. This is somebody who is a new, or not new, but I recently found him thanks to AP. He's a Orthodox apologist, SIG, He apparently did this open panel where he's talking about one of the accusations that guy made, Ruslan made, that Orthodox pay for, you have to pay for baptism in some Orthodox regions. But I wanted to go through this.
Well, why are so many churches?
But this is going to be more of me just kind of listening to it, and you know, I might pop in and go like, "Huh, that's interesting." You know, I'm going to do that and play and finish my dailies.
doing this depiction of the Father,
If
not unbeknownst to me, it
Yeah.
actually being the Ancient of Days.
there are
I don't know.
many practices that when we use then that
Try to get to a
That's
new
my issue with the
conversation.
Father.
I don't know what they're talking
the
about.
word of God is spoken. I wish I could sympathize themselves with, but it's an error in position because it means that the word
Okay.
is a basic question, right? If an icon is drawn inaccurately or wrong, do you smash it? And the Son of Man, in that sense, would to exist. So long,
Try to find
Roquan,
start
like,
of
look, he
this.
thinks
Because we've
like, and they actually want your clip that, send it around. I don't care. But Father, please, he's about to die. I need him to get communion. I can't go. Work a full-time job already, and you work. Actually, if Father Dorothy.
Okay, let's see.
Ella Badermo. Rise. No, I'm kidding. So look at this. Simony is the buying or selling of ecclesiastical offices, sacraments, holy orders, or spiritual benefits forbidden by divine and church law. We literally have a rule against this, by the way, that you can't sell them. And Saint Nicodemus used to complain all the time that people were doing this. They used to complain all the time. Okay? But if you look...
Yeah, but Dave, you're missing the first step. So we have the scriptures, right? Where do the scriptures come from? Who gave them to us? Who are they written by? Why were they written? What was the purpose of them? Like, there's a lot of things that go into it before you can even discuss the scriptures themselves. And that's kind of the problem. It's the problem I had when I became a Christian. It's like you had these scriptures, but where do these scriptures even come from to begin with? So you can say that we have this thing that says this, but why does it matter that it says anything at all? Didn't mean to put what there? That all that? That's fine, dude. I don't mind talking about this stuff at a certain point, but understand that if you bring up scripture, then like you're kind of forcing me to just Google the answer. You're kind of just forcing me to Google the answer for you. So if you want an answer to the scripture itself, the best thing that you could do is go talk to a church father of the Orthodox Church, or you know, Google it. So I don't have any position to be able to discuss the scriptures with you, but I can discuss like why, like I can try to maybe help you understand why it's important to have a justification for the scriptures that's not the scriptures themselves.
Look at this, right? If you look at the church fee, the stewardship is to pay for the actual upkeep, and then if you have the 250, it's an...
Okay, so he's talking about this.
No, I'm gonna be a priest, okay? And I'm gonna... Okay? Baptism or house blessing, for your priest's needs for a baptism or house blessing is gatekeeping the people from the sacraments, which they don't even believe in anymore.
Okay, so this is him talking about
this. This is the problem.
I'll be right back.
People are wondering why this church just gave a flat fee. Well, the reason why is because they need to be able to standardize the pay of all of the people on this list. Okay? We want to be able to have as many Christians be Christian full-time as much as possible so they can dedicate their lives to God. Right? Imagine how great our church is. You can just dedicate your life to singing about Christ. That's all you do. All you do is sing about Jesus. You dedicate your life to just singing about Christ and singing about the body of Christ. That's all you do. Imagine that life. Beautiful. So we would expect that you would be amazing at it, that your voice would be able to fill the room, that it would be fantastic and beautiful to hear your voice. You're just getting paid full time to do nothing else but sing and do the work of God. That's it. That's it. Right? That's exactly what baptism allows you to do when people pay for the actual around service, not the specific grace of baptism, but the service that is tied and concomitant around that particular idea. So all of the people get paid and they all essentially win. The priests win. The deacons again win, because the deacon isn't going to have their own separate fee, right? The deacon will have to take from the priest fee, right? So you have that gratuity there. Paying, oh my gosh, they're paying. No, we're literally giving people a pathway for them to just do the work of God, and that's it. The only exorbitant price I will even hear is the baptism certificate. That's the only crazy number that I will even begin to entertain. Okay?
Oh, okay.
That's the only fee that I would say is, okay, that's a bit much. But the reason why it's justifiable is because it is a marriage document. It is a baptismal document. When someone wants to have an Orthodox marriage, they need proof that they are Orthodox, so you give them the certificate. That way, if you sin and come back to the church, you know you're not going to be able to be kicked out of the church as a result. Okay? So it's exactly the same thing. The StreamYard's empty, chat. The StreamYard's empty, the Twitter space is empty. Why? Because these people know, they know that that's not the case. And people in chat are talking and talking and talking, but they won't come up to refute. None of them have 1K to pay for baptism? No. In this particular part, in St. George, in Australia, a lot of the Greeks are rich already. So a lot of them are able to pay for this, for the priest, and to pay for the chanters and everything. And if you personally can't pay, you can find a sponsor that can subsidize. You can find a sponsor that can subsidize the payment for the priest. That way, the priest doesn't have to worry about going broke. The priest doesn't have to worry about getting a second and third job. Because I know in the UK, so many priests are part-time. By the way, shout out to all of the priests. Shout out to all the priests. If you are a cleric in the UK and you watch my videos, for some reason you watch my videos, thank you for what you do. Thank you. Thank you. Because nobody will talk about the fact, no one will talk about the fact that you specifically have to work 2 jobs just to get by. You work a full-time job already, and you work another full-time job being a priest. And the problem is with being a priest, there's no contact hours. There are no hours where you can't be reached. Oh, I only work from 9 till 5. You can get called up at 4 a.m. in the morning. You can get called up at 4 a.m. Or Kyrios, I need you to come now. Why?
Alright, so, like, you know, we didn't listen to the whole thing, right? But if that is the case, where this is a rich place, I don't think that there's any problem with, like, paying for a service. But I don't like that that's happening. I don't think that it should be... I don't think you should have to get a fucking sponsor to be baptized. So, even within that, I think that if that is what's happening, in my opinion, there should probably be some sort of correction there. I don't think that that's a good thing that that's occurring. But even then, like, does it matter what I think? Not really.
My dad's about to die.
Oh, shit.
Huh?
What?
Huh? Yeah, my dad's about to die. So what do you want me to do? Give him last rites. Where are you? I'm in Scunthorpe. Huh? Huh? Matter of fact, we're gonna actually hold on. Give me a second.
Shit, what happened?
Yeah? Give me a second. Watch this. Watch this, yeah? Let's see the scenario, yeah?
Stream broke.
I'm gonna be a priest. I'm gonna be a priest, okay? And I'm gonna act this out. I'm gonna act out the scenario, okay? Scenario.
Okay, there it goes.
Cool.
I don't know what the fuck was happening. I don't remember what to do at this part.
Who is it? It's 3 a.m. in the morning. Father, your blessing. Father, your blessing. What's going on? My dad's about to die. Huh? My dad's
What is
about
going
to die.
on
I don't
right
know
now?
what to do. Huh?
I'm
My child,
confused.
come inside the house. It's okay.
This guy's
Sit down. What's
spurging out a
going
little
on?
bit too
My
hard
dad's
for
about to
me
die
right
and he's in hospital. Father, can you go and see him? My son, it's 3 a.m. I'm with my wife. My kids have school in the morning. But Father, please, he's about to die. I need him to get communion. Huh? I can't go, please, my wife. The wife is out here taking a mess. The kids are sleeping, all these kinds of things. Please, please, please. They're going to say, I'm going to call your bishop. Ring, 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 ring. Ella, filéstate. Christos Anesti que ευλογείται, και ευλόγησε τον δέσποτα. Ευλόγησε δεσπότη. Ο Κύριος. Τι κάνεις? Καλά εσύ.
Okay, I don't know what the
Καλά
fuck is going
εσύ.
on.
So the next time you see a priest talking about, I need money, it's not because they actually want your bread. They don't want your filthy dollars. What they want is security in the fact that they can just do their job.
Yeah,
That's it.
well, I figured that. Anyways,
Okay?
I don't know how all that stuff actually works.
That's
within it, but
literally it.
it,
So,
it would seem like
flip that center around.
like I understand.
Okay, so let's go with
So fuck.
some of the
Hey,
people on
pause it.
Twitter. Okay, we have a Greek deacon here actually. If Father Dorotheo.
Well, it's not pausing. Whatever.
Elabadrmo.
I can understand that at least. I don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing.
So look at this. Simony is the buying or selling of ecclesiastical
Like
offices,
even a
sacraments, holy
Protestant
orders, and spiritual benefits forbidden.
preacher
or
would
divine and
need
church law.
that.
We literally have a rule against it.
They'd usually take it with the tithing rule.
And Saint Nicodemus used to complain all the time that people were doing this. They used to complain all the time.
But
Okay?
even then, a lot
But
of
if you
them
look at this,
also
right? If you
charge
look
for
at the
different
church
types of
fee,
service. I had to pay for
the stewardship is to pay
preacher to
for
come
the actual
officiate
upkeep.
or
And then,
know,
if
marries
you have the
me.
250, it's an honorarium for the cantor and for the sexton. So you notice that's the case. Joey Neck with the £2, that helped me a lot, thank you. Yeah, don't worry about it. They're lying. They're literally lying to you. They're trying to make this narrative, make this case that we somehow affirm, like, paying your way to heaven. You can't do it. Otherwise, we believe the Eucharist is necessary. You don't pay for the Eucharist. Right? If the Eucharist is necessary for your salvation, you need to have the body and blood of Christ in you to be saved. And we don't charge for that. We don't charge for that. Alright, mods, just as a thing. If Hack Bounties doesn't rise side, mute him. Mute him. Hack, prop, hope, spam. Yeah, love you, Korea. Mods, we got a spammer here. Mods, get him banned. Get him banned.
I don't like these
So,
fucking
let's look
TikTok.
at this,
This is
okay? Let's look at this. So if we
damn
look at
Gen
this-
Z going crazy,
oh my
dude.
gosh, why is this on my page? Move from me. Let's look at, where is it? Let's go with, actually no, I'll just go with band. Is it band pastor? Is that the idea? Is that his name? What is it? Band pastor. East Orthodox churches were selling indulgences, absolutions, into the 20th century in some places. What are we talking about? Then you have these three, like, I don't know, pseudo-Greek scholars or something. You have these three academics, Kostas Axologlu, Christo Kapolis, and then Nikos Chrysidis.
Jesus Christ.
These three make a paper
Oh
that
my
says,
lord.
we present a non-conventional case of collusive behavior, okay?
Oh fuck.
And tactics that last for centuries. Now, I want to find access to this paper because I'm actually going to critique the paper because the paper itself is not good. Hold on. Okay, cartel that lasts for centuries. Here you go. The case of the Eastern Orthodox indulgences, okay? So this is the abstract of the paper, guys. It's getting to the point. It's getting to the point that people are literally constructing papers, academic papers, to try to refute us. All right. We have a guest. Jonathan Martin, let's go.
Oh my lord, I can't fucking move.
After this, I'm gonna read the paper. Jonathan Martin, you've been risen, man.
Who?
Jonathan Martin.
Yo, what's up?
Damn, the
Hello,
fucking
how
tank
are
just
you?
took it.
I'm good, brother. How are you?
I'm fine. So what do you have to say about the prompt on the screen?
Yeah, you're wrong about the prompt, bro.
Why?
Because if I want to go to Divine Liturgy, I have to put petrol in my car and I have to pay for the petrol, so...
What the fuck? This is a troll. Okay. Okay.
Hey, nah, that's good. That's good. That's good.
Yo, I think you need to alter the prompt, bro.
Nah, the problem with the prompt is these people have been trying to rack up hundreds of thousands of views to try to make the case that basically the Orthodox Church is just EA Sports, but with
Oh
like,
shit, the
smells
fucking
and
tank
bells.
is dead.
It's in the
Or the
game.
fucking...
It's in the game. They literally try to make us EA,
Who's gonna fucking...
but with the
Nuke
cross.
'em.
That's it. They just want us to be EA, but with the cross. They think that our entire system is pay to win. And exactly when I say, hey, let's address that, let's talk about that, let's dialogue, they're like, no. They're like, no. And I know the reason why they say no. They say no because they know that when we sit down and talk...
I don't know. I've got a bored with this stuff. But anyways, but what I'm ultimately trying to say is... I guess I need to look into that a little bit more. But there's probably... I probably just have to look into it more. But anyway, what I'm saying is, like, it's probably not... we just need a list of this now. So we're already invested.
They can't just reduce our sacrifice.
I'll listen to this while I'm trying to figure out...
It's a stupid
Yeah.
gotcha. And
I'm going to play the kiosk
Oh, yeah,
game in a
yeah,
minute.
no,
Yeah.
have you ever paid for a confession?
No.
No, right? Confessions are free. Have you ever paid for baptism?
Nope.
No, 'cause baptism is free. And these people will literally, they will literally make this the case. They'll try and make it this particular way.
Okay, so maybe what I'm misunderstanding is that maybe within that, what it is like an extra type of service, right? It's not the baseline thing that you're doing. What it is, it's just a like just baptism plus. I don't know. I don't think it actually gives you any kind of bonus stats on your baptism, but it's probably just like a party type of thing. Maybe that's where I was getting, like, it's a paying for an after party or something. Might be where I was getting it when I was reading about this earlier
Try and
in the day.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, what they don't understand, right, it's common sense, right? At a parish,
Yeah.
like you have to keep the water running, you have to keep the lights on.
Yep.
Imagine you rock up and like the building's falling down, the roof's falling in, there's no the water ain't running. You're like, yo, you know, Father, what's going on? He's like, oh well, you know.
And then they wonder why like Muslims buy them out like all the time. It's because you don't pay money. So you have the mega church guys that literally just sell on like theatrics and sparkling. You have the guys that they have pulleys and everything, and they're priests, or they're priests or their pastors are wearing Rolex watches. You know, the only actual clerics that wear Rolexes are bishops that were already rich to begin with. Like they already came into the church rich, so they're just gonna wear Rolex.
Exactly.
Like you're never gonna see a rags to riches story of a bishop. Like this guy, he was destitute and he's poor, and now he's got a Lambo. Like no, that just does not happen. Like this, it just does not happen.
The 22s on the archdiocese rolls,
He's got 22s. He's got Dior B22s. He's got Louboutins as well in the back. Brother's got a D squared.
And you know, something from what I understand is like a lot of bishops and patriarchs and stuff. A lot of them will be monastics, but not all of them are monastics. So some of them do still have like
D squared
worldly
hat.
wealth.
You know what I mean? And he wears Burberry and Burberry only.
I'm proud of you, I'm proud of you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and he goes to like Jamaican parties and that as well, and he just with a gallon and that. Like, obviously not. Okay. Like this. Go on.
You know what it is. You know why they do it.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to try and impute motive, but we all know what's happening on a wider scale, right?
Yes.
Aim at the periphery. You don't have to deal with, okay, you know, what did the Cappadocian fathers mean by one holy
Cappadocians, Basil was rich. You know his name means king, right? He was
Where-
rich. But his
Yeah.
the crazy thing is, all of our saints were like loaded. Like a lot of our saints were
Oh
rich.
shit!
Like John was well educated, John Chrysostom well educated, so he was financially well off. Basil,
Oh,
rich.
no.
Gregory the theologian just lived in his house for his whole life, like his childhood home for his whole life. All of these guys were already rich, and they never wanted money from people, but they would always contribute their money to the church. Like Gregory the theologian converted his church into a chapel, and that's what most priests do, so they can just do their services at home.
Oh my god, I got hit by that.
So, but yeah, people, yeah, go on.
That's the thing, but I don't think people appreciate that. Is if you lived in this age and you were you knew multiple languages, you had some sort of wealth, right? If you could read, even, you know, if you were educated, you had, you know, money. You need it. You know, my priest says it all the time. He says it's not
Yeah.
a bad thing to sell.
Yeah.
Because you need it, especially if you're going to have a family, right?
Yeah.
But people will attack. It's the same thing with the whole like OrthoBro psyop, right? Because that's what it is. It's a psyop. If you can clutch your pearls and say, "Oh, OrthoBros are mean," then you don't have to debate doctrine. That's why, really.
Here's the thing. So, I agree. The sentiment that OrthoBros are mean is true. The only reason I care about that sentiment is, unfortunately, we are the truth. Okay? So, because we are the truth, we literally are the bastion that is supposed to safeguard and witness to faith and morality.
Shit.
Okay? And so, if you have the truth, you have to act like it. That's the only thing. The only institution on earth that should piety signal is the church. It's literally built to encourage piety. That's the entire point. Okay? Now, what people try to do is they will try to call for piety when they themselves aren't actually pious. Like if a monk says the exact same pious stuff, I'm gonna listen to the monk because the monk's actually pious. But when you do on the internet, I don't believe you because you were slandering a guy 2 seconds ago. That's why.
But I think people, you know, who are outside the church, they want us to publicly discipline other people.
How would you go around doing that? How? What ecclesiastical censure could I put on Jay Dyer, right? Like nothing, okay? He couldn't do it to me, I couldn't do it to him, I can't do it to anyone. So this idea that I have to, like, I don't know what, go to a guy who's in America who has nothing to do with me and say, oh
well, I
you're a
tried.
really bad
They'd
guy.
all just kept hitting him.
Huh?
I would have killed him.
If he's wrong, I will say he's wrong. Okay? And that's what he allows that. He says, yeah, please tell me I'm wrong. We'll debate. Let's do it. All of my boys, even my boy Nectarius, right? Great guy. Okay? Great guy. He doesn't sit there saying, oh, you know, you were really mean. He's like, no, you're wrong. I have zero.
All right, let's skip forward some
priority
because
if that people
It's nation 101 and break it down as brothers. In that it doesn't work.
when they construct a public, that means to think about when
see if they actually get somebody that wants to talk about it for real.
man. I'm just saying I want to man them. That's why. I don't know where it
was FD.
do with no, right? And the highest truth that they have just like words on a page. You do. Give me everything. I want all your money.
Although you did use
Oh shit!
like
All right, so
By extension, given the fact
Okay,
that
there we
the
go.
God, I'm super pious. Now. The true church, because the church fly real before Christian, so slate that faith to his followers. Like the apostles had to
okay.
be able to tell Christians.
I need to start
this is
warming.
what
I need
we
to
do.
take some caffeine, or take. Yeah, I'm gonna get some caffeine in me real quick.
It's that
And
simple.
then we're gonna
All right, let's move on. Moses, you
get
are
through
up.
this
What's up?
shit.
What's good, Sig? How are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I don't know why this isn't working. I'm gonna get some caffeine in me real quick. Then we're gonna start playing the kiosk game a little bit. I want to listen to at least him debating one person that's trying to argue the position of what the Protestants are kind of saying on the other side. I just want to hear one debate about that. Once that happens, move on. I'm going to try to level up. Probably... What's my Dragoon level? We're going to level up my Dragoon. Do I even have my damn... Alright, it looks like I have everything laid out. We're going to listen to at least one debate. Hopefully this Moses guy does it.
Christ is risen.
Oh, my
I
God.
didn't listen to this beforehand. I didn't have a lot of time. There's a lot of random shit that happened today that I didn't have time to pre-listen to before this started. Usually I do that. Or that's a lie. That's a lie. I usually try to.
For indeed, he has risen many years.
Hey, whoa. I'm not bishop. But what's up?
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Something immediately to come to mind. Well,
So
first
this
thing that comes
not-
to mind is depiction of God the Father. What's
Okay.
the
Okay, so
You smash it.
this is not.
Just a must. Want to get baptized? Do the
There we go.
technically according to the rubrics. All right, take care. I'm gonna remove you. Woke up feeling dangerous. What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm going okay. What's up?
Cool. So I just joined. And I think you guys are defending the baptism payment thing, and I just want to hear your explanation if you have a second.
What? Yeah, okay.
So what is? So I know Joe Heschmeyer, when this is brought up after debate last year,
Yeah.
he addressed it on his end.
Yeah.
So I'd like to know how you would address it on your end as EO.
Okay, so as an Orthodox Christian, you can't pay for the grace of God. Number one, that's simony. Right?
I'm not saying it's simony, but yeah, go ahead though.
No, you can't pay for sacraments. You actually can't do it. That's actually the reason why all of our bishops are monks. Technically, according to the rubrics of the church, a married guy can be a bishop. But the reason why, when we ordain monks, we only select from the monk class, is so that the monastic class can't pass down their territory or their bishopric to their successor.
Right.
They can't pass
Right.
it down to their kid.
Okay.
So it leaves
So,
that
yeah,
hands and it's always remained
that was
in the church.
something-
That's why we have celibate.
I guess I heard wrong about that. Because I thought you could be. Well, he said it's technically true, so I guess I wasn't completely wrong. I was just off by a little bit. I thought it was more common than what it actually
Right.
was.
That said, right, when it comes to oh my gosh, sorry, when it comes to baptism and things like this, if we look at the actual sites, you're talking about the actual service that's concomitant with the baptism. You're not talking about the dunking in water. So alongside the actual sacrament of baptism or the grace of baptism, let's say we put that to the side, we have, you're paying for the electricity, you're paying for the water, you're paying for the priest's salary, because the priest needs a salary so he can actually do his job. You're paying for the cantors, you're paying for the cleaners, you're paying for the sexton, who's the groundskeeper who fixes the entire church to make sure it doesn't fall on its knees. All of those things you pay for when you give your money. Second thing, you don't have to give the money.
In general, right?
Mhm.
In general, that's what it's used for.
It
Not,
is.
this is specifically for when you get baptized.
Mhm.
So that's what
It's not when you get
for the
It's not when you
services.
get baptized. The service is tied to the specific act of baptism. Is not
Right.
the same as when we baptize people in the liturgy. So we believe baptism saves us, right?
Right. Right.
Okay. If you want to get baptized, do the catechumenate like everyone else, which is for free, and get baptized in the liturgy. That's free. It will take you.
Okay, so it's an extra. The baptism that I'm talking about is an extra service. The liturgy itself, because I don't know exactly how the baptism works within Orthodoxy. It's something I've not actually really been interested in trying to figure it out. I figured I'd just experience it as it happens. I understand the theology behind it. I don't know the actual practice of it. But that is interesting.
Longer.
I've not
It's
even
free.
I've not witnessed one yet either.
But so you can forego the.
Yeah, if you
Your-
can't, for
your-
example, I didn't pay a penny. I don't have to. If you want to pay, you will.
Because you went through. You were catechized. Sorry, I've never said that.
I
word.
was
I've only read it.
instructed, like taught, like
Right.
RCIA, okay?
So you were taught.
Yeah. Every single Orthodox
but
Christian has to be.
In
Yeah.
lieu of that, you're saying instead of doing that, you can just pay. Is that what you're saying?
No. Instead of that, you could,
Okay.
if you can't do the if you can't get baptized during the liturgy for whatever reason, let's say you can't go there on the time or whatever, you can book a time where you can go, and because you're doing it outside of the context of the divine liturgy, you're just having the sacrament, the service done. you need to pay for all the other things around that. So you're not paying for the grace of salvation. You're paying for the water that they have to pour into the basin because it's a lot of water and then you have to pay for its disposal. You're paying for the priest that's going to be there, so his travel, his food, etc. The deacon, you're going to pay for the chanter, and then you're going to pay for the upkeep for the sexton who has to open up the thing and make sure that everything is clean and everything is actually working properly. So you're paying for all the stuff around it, but you do that optionally. Like, you do that optionally. It's an optional fee. It's not required for you to do it. This church, for example, St. George's Rose Bay, they're rich, they're fine. They don't need money in that way. But people and the community that they serve, they're a rich community, so they're willing to pay this gratuity so the priest can have a full-time job. Okay? And most of the money goes into getting this baptismal certificate so that you can go on and do other Orthodox projects. So
okay,
it's
so you all have a certificate as well. Okay.
Yeah, like it's an official thing, an official document that is government, like that's legally binding as well. That says yes, I am part of this particular group, and I can do this and do that and do this and do that. Right?
Okay.
Now, again, okay, to be very, very clear with you, you don't have to pay. The priest can't turn you away. He can't turn you away from baptism. He literally.
Right. And honestly, even if it's for like a certificate, like this, if you're paying for a certificate, like say I get baptized in the church and I have to pay for the certificate, that would make sense because that would be like a legal proceeding thing. That would cost money. And if I'm trying to do other things for the church, and I'm like trying to do that, and I want to be a part of that, I think that paying that is not a big deal. They did.
He has to do it. He has to baptize you, okay? But we also want full-time clergy.
Right.
And full-time clergy isn't going to grow in itself. And as 1 Corinthians 9 says,
he's kind of already said, like, he's kind of already shown how it's going to discount, like, the things that people are talking about in this Protestant sphere it's just like an extra service for people who can pay for, like, for a baptism, like a different type of baptism that's not part of the liturgy. So it's just like an extra thing, I guess. So the baptism itself, you can have for free. All the sacraments you get for free. It's not really you're paying for a baptism. It's like you're paying for the service that's happening. And it's like an extra service. You don't have to pay to be baptized, actually. Which is what I thought. That was my initial instinct on it.
Serves at the temple, gets to eat.
He didn't pay for anything. Yeah, I didn't think that anybody would have to.
So that's all the people that we're giving the money to. So all the people we give the money to are the people
They keep saying it, so I wanted to play
every
something
single one
where
of them.
somebody knew where they were talking
All of
about.
those people serve at the table, so they receive money.
Okay. Well, okay. I just still disagree with it. In general, I mean, this is.
Do you think your pastor deserves a wage?
Does my pastors, elders and preachers, yes.
Why?
They do, and we. Well, it says give to them. They deserve some. So that's a different discussion.
If you look at the fees.
In general, yes, we should be giving to the church regularly.
Yes.
With a joyful heart. Yes,
Yeah,
with
this
a
is
joyful
all
heart.
joyful. This is not begrudging. But I'm pretty sure there were probably some Corinthian ladies in 1 Corinthians 9 that were like, I don't really want to pay this guy. I don't really want to give this guy money. Right? And Paul's like, no, you have to give us money. He actually says it. He says that people are allowed to go around and take their wives with them. Let me ask you, do you know Peter's wife's name?
It's not listed.
It's not listed, right? So we don't know his name.
Right.
Do you think she was like crazily preaching the gospel like her husband, like insanely, and like died for it and everything?
Would she die for Christ? Is that what you're asking?
Well, it's not listed that she died, right?
Well, she did die. We don't know how she died.
Yeah.
You're asking me
If she was martyred.
The faith and died for it?
If she was martyred, like killed for it.
I don't know what you're asking. What are you asking?
Was Peter's wife martyred, killed for believing in Jesus?
We don't know.
Okay, we don't know.
Right.
Okay, was Peter's wife an apostle?
No.
But they gave her money because she was married to him.
These fucking TikTok noises are
They
pissing me
gave
off.
Peter's wife money.
Yes,
Who did?
the church.
The church gave Peter's wife money.
Yes, believers gave her money.
And how do you know this?
Because in 1 Corinthians 9 it says, do we not have the right to eat and drink? Do we not also have the right to take along our believing wife?
Okay.
So you
I mean,
take
I
your life.
don't doubt they paid Peter, right? And
But they
by
paid his
extension,
wife
the family.
and their friends, yes. Everyone that serves
And their,
gets to
and
eat.
their, well, so I'm not debating that. I don't know where
Oh
you're
my
going
God.
with this.
I'm just not even paying
saying about
attention.
the service of baptism. Yes, all those people deserve to get paid, or they should get paid.
Cool.
But we're talking about the service of baptism. The $250. To my understanding, not all
Oh shit.
parishes or churches, I don't know what y'all call it, but
Yeah.
not all parishes charge this amount, and I've seen higher amounts charged. For the
I've seen
Catholic churches, I saw up to $1,000.
I've seen them too.
And this was
but-
going around last year.
Yeah,
So-
I've seen that too. But again, when it comes to the 250, literally ask any priest and they will sit down with you, right? And they will break down all of the finances. So the priest gets a cut. Because the reason I know this, is you're not paying for the sacraments, you're not paying for the actual grace, okay? You're not paying for that. That's not what's being paid for. When they say 250 for baptisms, it's like saying 250 for a marriage. Or 1,000 for a marriage. But you're not paying for the sacrament of matrimony. You're not paying for the grace of God that unites a man and wife. You're paying for all the little things around it. The venue, the time,
That's
the
how you pay for
people,
them to come
the
out baptized,
electricity, the
Right.
booking and the renting of things, the music, the food, catering. All of that stuff you pay for around it. Baptism just has its own costs. So the priest has to travel there. Because usually priests don't live on
Okay,
site.
so it's basically what I thought it was gonna be. I mean, I probably could have just asked the father of my church. He probably would have just explained it the exact same way. But this is just so that it kind of popped up. I didn't even really, and I couldn't go to church this week, so I wasn't able to ask him. I wouldn't be able to ask him right now, or wasn't able to. I don't even know if I could get his phone. I might be able to get his phone number. I should probably ask about that too. I could actually text him questions like that. Yeah, it's kind of what I thought it would be. It's kind of nothing. So now we're going to go into the no think maxing part of the street. Where we're just going to fucking finish this, then we're going to play that kiosk game. Probably not going to stream like a crazy long time today. I don't think I'm going to play Cuphead today either. I think my brain is kind of fried. I've had to do a lot of shit the past few days. I'm kind of tired. Kind of just like sitting here waiting for the fucking caffeine to kick in. Oh shit. Okay, oh shit. Are we ever gonna get to fight you, or are you just gonna fucking... Hey, what is this? It's like a late game Bloodborne. I don't think this is. I think this is... No, I think it is. Hell, I just want to level up my damn Dragoon. I want to max out my Dragoon so I don't have to play it anymore. Actually, the new Dragoon that's going to come out, the evolved version of Dragoon, actually looks kind of fun and kind of badass. Actually, really excited about that. So today might be a, kind of a lazy day, to be honest. I'm not going to try to be such a spurgy. I'm not going to be super spurgy today. Probably just going to do this. I'm probably going to. It's going to be a deeply ironic, sarcastic stream. Probably going to switch to. Hit the motherfucker. Probably going to switch to that kiosk game in a second. After this, I don't know. We'll see. Probably switch to kiosk, play a little bit. I don't even know, man. This is the thing. I don't feel like it. I don't feel like playing it. I kind of want to retard that. I kind of just want to hit buttons. Kill big monsters. I also wouldn't mind, I don't know, maybe I could play one of the older Final Fantasies. What does that even do? Oh, this is the thing that fucking... Okay, I remember. Bloodborne dungeons are fucking weird. You know, you'd figure as long as I've played this game that at some point I would have figured out how they work. Well, these are think-maxing dungeons. I don't think max. Did it fucking die? Oh, I remember this. Oh, shit. I remember this guy now. You get a little fucking emote, like a little fucking dude. Shit. I'm just going full retard right now. This is not good. Where's the ball at? I mean, I'd almost prefer just playing a Realm Reborn, but those are their own types of streams. Hell, they just fucking tossed me a bunch. They didn't even check the chest for the little dude that they could get. I don't want this shit. What is this? Why would I ever want that? Now, this is good. I don't need that. I don't know why. I wish you could turn that shit off. I wish once you got something that's a one of, that you can only, like the one of collectibles, they just stop giving them to you. Really fucking annoying to have to continuously throw those bitches away. I need to go store some shit in my damn vault and my damn bunny girls. My bunny bank. Let's see. I think I'm gonna play something else for a little bit. I would play Cuphead, but I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm just gonna completely be slamming my face against a wall in that game right now. It wouldn't be as bad as it was yesterday because of the conversation I was having, but it would still it'd be pretty brutal. I could play that clown game because I'm like 90% sure that Cat is asleep, so it wouldn't really be a big deal. Hell, to be honest, if Emmett was on right now, I'd probably just raid his channel with the handful of people we got and go to sleep. But no one's on, so that would mean I'd be by myself. And bored. And I don't want to be by myself and bored, so we're going to figure something else. We're going to figure out something to do. I could play Blood Maw. This game looks fucking cool. It just looks fucking cool. I don't know why my damn Discord overlay's not showing up for me. It's just not working. I think I do think that eventually I'm going to start trying to beat every single Final Fantasy game that's come out except for 11. 11, I don't know if I can play that game. It's just one of those games where I think it would take forever. It'd take me like 2 years to really get into it, and I don't know what the story is even like or if it'd even be worth it. But I do think I'll do all of them but 11. We'll finish the A Realm Reborn and all that stuff as the playthrough of 14 at some point eventually. But those are going to be their own, like, streams on their own where I'm not, like, in Discord or something. We might do A Realm Reborn tomorrow. I would just do it right now, but I'd have to end this stream and start another one. I don't really feel like doing that. So I guess we'll just, I don't know. Let me see if I can find something. I think we're just going to play the clown game. I think we're just going to play the clown game because Cat's not here. So it's boys. It's the boys only. I kind of just feel like fucking playing Final Fantasy though. Okay. We're going to stop thinking a whole lot. We need to stop thinking so much. We're just going to keep playing Final Fantasy. That's what we're going to do. We're going to keep playing Final Fantasy. I'll find something to listen to off on the side song. Because I'm not going to be like conscious enough to really be super entertained tonight. So we'll just do that. We'll talk about some stuff. We'll have some deep, meaningful introspection. And a lot of sarcasm. So let me see. There was something else that I saw that happened. I don't really care about any of this drama or anything like that right now. What's going on here?
Vice President.
Just fucking war. Ryan Shapiro shit. Let's see. How about I try to be, you know, everybody has to have a lazy day. We're just having a lazy stream day. That's what we're doing. We're just hanging out, doing the real shit. Go ahead and get that set up. Even though I should probably do that on my Paladin. But oh well. I'm going to have to farm the leveling queue for a little bit to farm up those flame tokens with my Paladin at some point soon. Just because I've run out. And I need them to level up How many characters? How many classes do I have to get to 50 or to 60? Need 1, 2, 3. I have 3. So I don't need a whole lot. I probably need about 20,000. But I do need to get that done at some point. Maybe we'll just try to get level 60 on all of these real quick, because it actually won't take that long. Probably take me like a few hours. So let's see, what do we got that's happened lately? We're waiting for this queue to pop. A video here. Shit. Now I'm getting hungry too, because I didn't eat. I didn't think I was gonna be hungry tonight. Turns out I was. I don't want to really think about all this petty bullshit. Or petty criticisms of the Protestant. I don't really care right now. You know, just kind of is what it is. They have to be humble and accepting what the truth is to be able to receive it. So let's. It kind of gets rid of everything that I was gonna listen to. Flip throughs. What the fuck? I don't want to know. But I don't know if you can even see what I'm flipping through right now. I don't think you can. That was weird. Yeah, I think it'd be kind of a weird day. Just we can been probably boring and sleepy. That's what today has been. And everything, you know, when everything's boring and sleepy, when you have a boring and sleepy day, it just seems to extend out forever. So of course that's what happened. I had to stay late at work because yes, of course I did. Of course today I had to. When I just woke up in a sleepy mood. Man, I fucking don't want to do this low-level dungeon. I don't know what he's trying to do. I gotta fucking... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What's happening? The tank. The tank. No, the tank. The tank forgot how to play. Does he have tank stance on? Okay, he does now. Jesus Christ, dude. I think this guy's actually an actual sprout. It's very rare that you find one of these out in the wild now. Especially when you're level 80 queuing around. But I do have, I guess I'll sit here and just talk about some stuff that's going on. I do plan on next week starting that quarry game. I kind of wanted to time out those types of like heavy narrative based type of games to where, you know, the reason why I'm even playing the game is because, you know, some people are interested in it. So I just want to keep those games for the weeks I know that they'll help them through, you know, like their work day. If it even does, but still, you know. So I'm saving that. The quarry is going to be played next week. I don't know how long that game will take. He's not even haunting the damn... I mean, I don't care. I'm not even going to fucking hit the damn things. I'm just going to aim directly for this, but... Yeah, I have that. I have a bunch of, like, little games I want to play. Like, I may, once these dailies are done, I may play the dinosaur game. Dinosaur game looks kind of cool. I don't know, though. I'm going to go ahead and just crush that right now. We're probably not going to do anything but play Final Fantasy till about, for another 2 or 3 hours. Then I'm going to I do have to go to sleep. I do have to get up early. I don't know why the fuck I have to come in early tomorrow. It actually makes no sense that I have to. But I got to. I have to go to work early, so I can't stay up super late tonight anyways. So we're just having a lazy day. Lazy day. Sitting here. Like, shit like happens. Like, things like this kind of boring, like nothing, like literally nothing happened. Like, I literally didn't even, I've not even really, like, I've not even interacted with any people today. But, most of the time is alright. I don't know. There's some people I'd like to interact with at least a little bit every day. But, shit happens. You gotta be... Jesus Christ. Shit happens, Not like it's gonna it's not like people are available at all times. So it's not like you can expect that. Or you have to expect that, I guess. And I'm just here, sitting here, being like Connor. I'm just duty maxing. Fuck, that sounds horrible. I'm just sitting here doing what I gotta do, I'm just out here not even thinking anymore. I'm out here doing what I gotta do. No think maxing. I fucking hate, out of all the fucking early game dungeons, I fucking hate this one. Like, I actually hate this dungeon. I don't know why. It's just like, just looking at this, being a part, I just feel like I've been here so many fucking times. I feel like I'm slowly going, I would rather do, it's almost like doing an MSQ dungeon. Or the MSQQ. I sit here, I'm poking these fucking fish for the 500th time. And I'm just like, damn, dude. I'm probably not even gonna get a commendation out of this. You know what this is just the way it feels. Like, this, it's just like, this is a good timing for this fucking dungeon today. This whole fucking day is boring, dude. Everything. This shit's boring as fuck. What time do I have to get up? I have to get up like 3 hours early. So yeah, I have about 3 hours that I can play. That I need to play to keep myself awake. Might go to the... Keep pressing the wrong fucking button. Need to get rid of these. These are pointless to have here. Where did I even like situate everything? I think C would be good for a dash. This would be good for the... Crap at this fucking bubble. Can I even attack this bubble? Yeah, I can. What the fuck was that? Someone just fucking limit break? Did the tank just limit break randomly? I can't believe that motherfucker limit break. Why can't I open this fucking door? Hell, I think the primary reason I fucking despise this dungeon is because I've had to level up so many fucking characters with just this fucking dungeon for like what seems like forever. I'm just gonna poke. Just keep poking. Why does this guy poke? Oh, don't poke me. Why am I not? Oh. Target, motherfucker. I will say this. I think Dragoon is probably one of my favorite DPS classes. It's just... I don't know. I feel like, you know, I feel like fucking Sonic the Hedgehog when I'm playing this game. Why are we going that way? You know what I feel? You know what I mean, man? I just feel like, oh no, I feel like a damn Shaolin monk. I feel like the world slows down. I feel like I'm on Wanted, right? Except instead of, you know, bullets whizzing past, it's just my fingers hitting keys really quickly. I feel like I'm playing piano. I'm like Mozart. Not right now, though, of course, because this is the boring Fucking ass. Briar Flocks. Long Stop. Bray Flocks. Even that motherfucker used the damn limit break. Now I gotta kill this thing the long, slow, hard way. I can't say it like that. Oh, look, we just got the limit break back. Get me out of here. Going up 2 levels? Jeez. I must have been really close to leveling before. Oh, I guess we'll do the trial. See who's mad with that. By the way, there's no point in doing guild heists. Nobody fucking does them. I don't even bother. I don't even know what they are anymore. I've forgotten what guild heists even are at this point in my life. Okay, so how many things do we have left? Trial shouldn't take super long. Alliance raids probably will queue pretty quickly. Well, we'll look through some stuff, see what we got. Something I was also thinking about is just playing all the Dark Souls games. Those will be like their whole, that'll be a whole stream within themselves too, but we'd be able to, people will still be able to join those. Those should just be dedicated streams to that game, to those games. Because I really want to play Dark Souls 2 again for some reason. Like, I just have a desire to play that game. The only games that I'll play that nobody can like come up and talk is like probably things where I have to read a lot. Oh my lord, I haven't done Garuda in fucking years, literally. Get your ass over here, girl. I can't get behind the damn. But I will probably be doing that. Do we even have to kill these? I think we do. For some reason, I could not target him. Target those wind orbs. There's also like a handful of games that I want to play. Like, I've never played Bayonetta. That's been a game that people say is really good, so I thought that would be kind of fun to play. Bayonetta, I've never really played through a single Devil May Cry game a day in my life. I don't really like action games like that. So I actually have grown to like them recently. There's also Castlevania. Never played Castlevania. Oh my fucking lord! I played like a really terrible, or not really terrible. I played like the worst rated Castlevania game, and I enjoyed it. I still haven't beat Hollow Knight, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't. I'm bored with Hollow Knight. There's that, and then I don't know. There's just like a lot of older games that I didn't get to play when I was younger that are just out on Steam that I want to try. There's also like a, what is it called? It's a JRPG, Something in the Sky. Oh, I have the something else too. What was it? I bought both of them. The reason I bought both of them is this is gonna sound kind of gay, okay? When I was younger, I've watched PewDiePie, right? I used to watch PewDiePie when I was a kid. Or when I was really young. And I've watched him ever since before he even got popular. I'm not even actually joking. He used to start out playing Penumbra. He started out playing Penumbra. I found him playing Penumbra. And then he was playing, what's it called? Amnesia. I found him in Mofar. Mofar was the other PewDiePie that didn't actually explode. Because he became like a stress. He actually got to the point where he was so stressed out all the time that he was starting to have heart issues. And he retired from being a horror game streamer to being a weed streamer. Like he just smoked weed all the time. That's what he did. So, and I remember because what was it called? What is it called? Dead Island, I think. Is that what it's called? Let me see. I have the game here. Oh shit! I forgot we have all these Dead Space games too. I could play. Yeah, Dead Island. Oh, we could start up some Dead Space too. I wouldn't mind playing that. But I remember when Dead Island came out, him, PewDiePie, and Morfar, the two Swedes on YouTube that I watch, tried to play the game together, and it blue screened both of their computers, and so they only made one video, and they never did anything together again. And my little childhood heart was so disappointed and crushed. Did I ever play Secrets of Mana? No, I don't think I have. I've heard of it, but I've never played it. What am I doing now? I'm looking for this. But I've also, like, there's also like 3D remakes of some of the Final Fantasy games that I want to play. Especially for 4. I think it's 4. Pretty sure it's 4. 4, I want to play the 3D remake of 4. There's also, let me see, I have a lot of fucking games that I could play. I've never beaten Red Dead Redemption 2. I've gotten pretty close to beating it before, but I'm gonna be honest. Red Dead Redemption 2 might have a really good story, but oh I can't. It's so slow. It's so fucking slow. And what I mean by that is just, it's like a bunch of missions, like, I don't know, shaving and washing your shirts and rivers and shit. It's like filler content to make the game super long. I get so fucking bored playing that game. I've tried to beat it 3 times now. I also got the Final Fantasy, like, Rebirth, the 7 remakes. Although, I'm really angry because Sony, after making 2 of them, have released them on Steam. The third one that they're going to release will not be on Steam. So, I probably won't even stream these games. But Ni no Kuni is one that I wanted to play on stream. I want to play the Persona 4 remake whenever it actually gets released, because it got delayed. And I don't know when it's gonna not. Oh, okay. It actually has a release date now, June 13th. Wait, no, this is the original. Where's the remake? There we go. Okay, yeah, it's still not been announced because it got delayed and they just never announced when it was being delayed too. But also, there's a bunch of Amnesia games. I beat the first Amnesia a long time ago. I didn't beat like the other Amnesia games. I wouldn't mind playing those at some point. There's also Banner Saga. Banner Saga is also another game that I heard is really good. I have all three of them. I've had all three of them for like years. And I've just never played them. You know, I still have... I never beat Black Mesa either. The remake of Half-Life 1. Like it's a fan remake. Those are things. I've also got games like Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of... What's it called? Let me start. Corners of Earth. Okay. Found a really interesting passage in a book I was reading, which is related to the conversation yesterday. I'll take a photo and DM. All right, I'd be interested. See, what I'm thinking, you know, I'm queuing up for a dungeon. I'm like, please give me this dungeon. Because I can just AFK in here. I can just sit back, turn off my brain, and just get through it, you know? But there's also, trying to think of other stuff that I have. I guess at some point I'm gonna have to play through all the Garden of Banban games again. But I'm not. I'm refusing to play those unless somebody like Kat wants me to play it, so she has to be here when I play it. She has to be on here talking to me while I play it, because that's the only way I'm gonna stay sane. Playing that fucking game. Like, anybody who recommends me a game, I'm going to make it. Like, anybody who recommends me a game and tells me that I have to play it, that they really want me to play it, you're going to have to come up here and sit with me and play it. So that if it turns out to be a bad game, I can just shit talk you the entire time that I'm playing it. That's the rules. That's the rules. But I do think I'm going to start scheduling out when I'm doing a Realm Reborn streams. The Realm Reborn streams will start out, you know, playing a Realm Reborn for like 2 or 3 hours, and then it could, after that, go into something else. But for the most part, those are going to be those own dedicated thing. Any kind of game that oh shit, son, I just fucking aggroed so much shit for no reason. For the most part, most things will just be dedicated streams. But if I'm going to play like a trashy horror game or something, it's probably just going to be these types of streams that happens. Where I play Final Fantasy a little bit, go play some trash horror games, go back to playing Final Fantasy, and talk about stuff that I want to talk about. Alright, I'll look at it after this dungeon. Probably should have saved that. Whatever. Strangely, it's when I started reading this morning. Yeah, that shit. You get used to that. It always seems like when I have questions or of something that I truly want to know, like it always just seems to like appear in front of me now. It kind of gets weird because now I just expect it to be. It's got to the point where I just kind of, if I have a question about something, I just kind of expect it to answer itself at some point now. Or I don't really expect it. I just know that it will. I guess have faith that it will. Or that if I'm even mistaken, that I'll find something immediately after that conversation that corrects me. It's really strange, but, you know. It is what it is. And I wouldn't say it like a gloating way. I don't know why I said it like that. Yesterday's conversation was edifying. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I want this channel to be. If I had, like, if I'm having conversations with people, I want them to be, like, you know, uplifting or help people in some way. I think that that's, like, an important kind of thing that's not actually happening on a lot of channels that talk about stuff like this, is they're not really like engaging like two human beings. They're kind of engaging in this way that is about conflict and destroying the other person. And I don't think that that actually helps people. Like if I'm, you know, I know that I'm never going to convert a Democrat, so why would I bother even like arguing with them at this point? But, you know, I could have conversations with friends and stuff, and we can come to greater understanding together, I think. I think that's important. I think that's something that just doesn't exist anywhere right now, really. Who the fuck is not on the button? Like, a lot of people are just, like I don't think anything's wrong with a lot of way people do their channels. Like, if they just want to sit there, gossip, and talk to their friends, or they want to sit there and they want to have really contentious, argumentative, like, dunk fest with each other, those are all fine, I guess. It's just, I think there's a gap somewhere where I could fit in. Because the problem with me is I always want to have deep conversations. Like, way deeper than what most people generally want to. So, that's why I'm so interested in theology and philosophy and stuff. Because it helps me give a greater it helps me have a greater understanding of what I'm actually thinking about. Oh, I'm a ghost boy. What am I doing? I've got to protect. So, like right now, like, I think most of what's going on the internet is between drama or debate. There doesn't seem to be any middle ground for that. That doesn't mean I'm going to let people from either one of those communities come over here and, like, do crazy shit and disrupt what I'm trying to do. That's not what I mean by neutral ground. I mean, like, there's like nowhere, like, have non-super content, like, talking about super contentious stuff, but, like, not calling each other retards or whatever over it. I don't like doing that. It's fun, but I don't like the way that it, I don't know, affects me. Makes me arrogant. I don't like it. So I'm building, I want to try to build something that's not that. Yeah, okay, that's what I meant. I want thoughtful kind of discussions. I don't really want brutal like shit. Like there's gonna be occasionally where there's gonna be something really stupid that happens that I think deserves to be called out and someone deserves to be made fun of and kind of shamed by their ego and stuff, you know. And I'll use comedy for that. I'll be kind of an asshole towards them. But that's gonna be more of a video thing. That's not gonna be people on the panel. Plus, well, the panel that I want to make is like a group of people. It's something that I want to trim and like prepare. I want to, like, you know, grow it. I don't want it to be like just a bunch of random people coming in and out saying weird shit. Because ultimately I'm like responsible for what's happening on my channel. So if somebody's going to come in and say some crazy shit, kind of am responsible for that. I don't really like drama. I don't want drama. And that's from any sides. And don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean like I won't take criticism. I'll always take criticism. I always try to let people, if they have like a true criticism about me and it's not some fucking meaningless mouth-breathing garbage that they want to talk about, like something retarded, like you know, like meme debates. I'm not gonna talk about fucking, like, if we're gonna do meme debates, I'm gonna meme it up with my boys, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna meme it up with the boys. I ain't gonna fucking let some dude try to come meme with me that I don't know. Truth comes with whispers sometimes. Yeah, like, even then, like, I think what I'm trying to say is, like, I think when people generally, like, care about one another, they have conversations different. So if I have a group of people where we all, like, you know, give a shit about each other, I think those conversations become easier to absorb for people, because it you know, you're listening to it, it almost sounds like the people are giving a shit about you and your position. And I don't know, like, people get lost and think that, you know, because emotions at the grand scheme of things, emotions are pointless, you can't build an argument off of emotions. Yeah, sure. But emotions are important. Emotions are part of the human condition. It's just the way, it's the way we are. And learning how to deal with them and being able to have thoughtful, like, ways of communicating that could be emotional. I mean, all of it's kind of emotional at the end of the day, but people have this idea that emotions in themselves are just evil. They're not. I've had some really good conversations with Kieran. I've learned a lot about him. I have a lot of respect for Kieran. Yeah, I like Kieran. I don't know, he keeps coming to me for, like, spiritual advice of where to go to church at. That kind of weirded me out, but good Lord, how many bards are there? It's a lot of dots. Where are my boys at? There they are. I keep not like shit. Run. What? Who didn't get on their fucking button? I think he came to you because he knows you want bullshit. Yeah, but that kind of puts me in a position where I feel like I'm responsible for that. Like, well, yeah, it's just always like common advice I give to people. Why are you worried about what the positions are within the church when you're not even a part of it? Learn to commit to and submit to the priest there. Even if you don't think he's right, you're going to always think that someone's not right. So there's no point in really... If you're there to learn how to do a lot of things, and submission is one of them. Why are you worried about if a girl is doing something you don't think a girl should be doing? Why are you worried about these things? If you get to a church and all that's happening is like a girl is doing something that's typically a boy's job, as long as it's not like in the clergy or in the priesthood, we're good, I think, for the most part. Tell him what I tell people. Don't believe anything anyone tells you, including me. That's kind of what I do. Except I do tell them, you know, probably go listen to a priest. Probably don't talk to me. Talk to a priest about it. Alright, he got fucking annihilated. Alright, we could give this. Don't fucking chicken out. End it. End it. End it. End it, you pussies. Thank you. Alright, what do we got left? I really don't want to do normal raids. I'm gonna be real about that. I really fucking hate normal raids. It, like, takes... I'm gonna get stuck with Zodiac or some shit that's gonna take me, like, fucking 15 minutes of dodging a bunch of random bullshit. I don't feel like doing it. I think what I'm gonna do now is I'm actually gonna try to... I think I'm gonna try to get some... What's it called? What is it? How many tokens do I get for doing this? Damn. Like twice the flame seals. Just about. I think I'm just gonna play pallet. I don't even feel like fucking doing that. I almost forgot about this. Yeah, that page right there is like a, it's like a pretty good, like what you sent me, Dave, is something, that whole idea is something that's constantly repeated throughout most of the church fathers that I've ever read. At some point, they pretty much say that exact same thing. Like when I explain it to people, it's like that. I don't know. Some people just don't get it, and I think it's because they haven't like tried to understand what it really means. And like, I don't think Cat was that way though. I think Cat was just stuck on me not feeling that way and feeling bad about me not feeling that way, not understanding that I don't actually feel bad about stuff like that. That the way that I felt about it is if that way is just like, it's kind of like, I don't know, kind of neutral. It's kind of like I'm an observer and I get to witness something beautiful happen. It's like I'm watching something beautiful happen and that I don't need to be the one doing it. And it's also like the idea of, I think it's just because of stuff she's seen me do. Like, there are times where this kind of idea becomes very overwhelming and you could accidentally be convinced into self-hatred for a little bit. Which is not good. You shouldn't hate yourself. I just don't think, honestly, at this point, I just don't think I should have an opinion on myself. I can't judge myself. Why am I even thinking about what I am, who I am, what I ought be? That's not really for me to decide. I should just try to be as humble and try to help as many people as I can. Try to spread the good as much as I can. Self-hatred is put at bay by the trust in God. Yeah, it's kind of like having somebody in your, well, it's exactly like having somebody in your life that you know that no matter what, that person's got it. But with this, with God, it's like it's 100%, they've got it. Like, there's no doubting that. There's absolutely zero doubt in my mind. They got it. They're literally perfect. They understand way better than anyone else or me. So it's just like, I understand. He got it. You know. I still see that's why the sacrament of confession is important. Yeah. She just want you to be in a bad place or be denied happiness. Well, I think that's kind of where people misunderstand me. I've never in my life actually had real emotions at all. I've had some. I've had like this desire to want to feel things, right? But I was always kind of numb throughout most of my life, and I still have that, where I'm sort of numb most of the time. And when I'm not numb, I'm overwhelmed. So I've kind of tried to reach this point where I'm like not either or. I'm just at peace instead of numb. Because then when I'm at peace, I can feel the things that I want to be capable of feeling, but it won't affect me. It's not like my inspiration or the thing that I'm trying to get out of that. The peace itself is good enough. Everything else is like a bonus. What am I even doing right now? I don't think I have anything that I really want to do on this game right now. Is there normal raid? I don't feel like doing that. Maybe I'll just play some Dead Space 2. Let's see what I got. We got the Blood Maul. I have subliminal. I don't really want to play that. So I think that's a game that someone else would like to watch me play. There's the I Am Jesus Christ game, which I don't like at all. Like, that game immediately kind of, you know, pissed me off. It literally took 3 seconds for that game to piss me off. Like, I understand what the game is trying to do, but I really don't think that it should put you in the position of Christ. That's crazy. That's wild. I guess I could beat this kiosk game. I really don't want to, though. Yeah, horsey game. But horsey game's kind of played out. I do have this one weird game that I found that I never played, called A-Trot. I also have this Ghost of Tale game, but I also think this is another game somebody else would like to watch me play. I don't know how many of those exist, so I'm trying to keep them as many as I can. I guess we play The Evil Within. I think that's going to be a series, so I don't want to... Which, by the way, I have editing footage now, which means I want to start actually editing the videos down again. So if there's ever, like, there's a stream where it seems like half of the gameplay is gone because I took down the live, don't worry about it. There'll be a full video of showing everything that happened that's important. If the live stream is not there anymore, it's probably because of a few reasons. I don't know. I'm kind of feeling. I'm feeling like this. I don't really want to. I don't feel like doing much. I keep getting, like, ever since I've started getting into like the non-denoms or the non-church Christians kind of going at people. Like, I've had a bunch of fucking wild Protestant shit pop up. Just to build up. So I have the stream or the audio muted because I'm just like kind of flipping through stuff. I don't want to. I guess we could listen to an atheist talk some shit. There's this logic guy that's been around forever, since I've been a kid, talking shit. I don't know if my brain is wired correctly right now to be able to completely tear apart with anything that he's saying, but we could do it. I mean, to be honest, atheists and Muslims are kind of easy mode. Here, we'll listen to this. We'll go out. We'll play around with a flat. We'll listen to an atheist and just talk shit for a second. I think I got one. Try to see if there's one where he's not like. Yeah, the problem with this channel is not really like making high tier arguments. He's just responding to very low tier non-denom shit. Here we go. Use this one.
That's right.
Oh, whoops, wrong one. Wrong one. Wrong one. There we go.
We're looking at subjective morality is logically impossible, which is an extremely interesting statement, and you might have some guesses about where this might be going, but your guess is most likely wrong. Now, I'm a person who thinks morality is subjective, and let me clarify a little bit what that means, as opposed to it being objective. If morality were objective, it would be true as a matter of fact, that some particular action just is worthy of being condemned as terrible.
Well, first of all, I'll let you finish.
Or is worthy of being applauded, independent of what any agent thinks about it. It would be true not only that some action leads to some consequence, but that some agent ought to see that action negatively or positively, either because of its consequences or regardless of them. It would be a thing that's true about reality independent of anyone experiencing reality, in the same way that the physical nature of objects is true about reality independent of anyone's experience of them. In a universe of objective morality, every being in existence, capable of having any moral opinion, could morally approve of some action, and yet on some deeper level, unknown to and inaccessible to anyone, the actual fact of reality could be that the correct response to that action is to morally condemn it. And this to me makes no sense. I don't even understand
That, okay, so... So he's talking about, okay, so I think that's his steel man of the opposite position. So he's, what is, I thought he was giving his view of what morals were. That was such a confusing few seconds, because I thought, like, just the way he set it up, I'm tisming right now.
that some action leads to some consequence. Objective. It would be true as a matter of fact.
Yes.
That some particular action just is worthy of being condemned as terrible, or is worthy of being applauded, independent of what any agent thinks about it. It would be true not only that some action leads to some consequence, but that some agent ought to see that action negatively or positively, either because of its consequences.
No, see it, no. This is why I got confused, because it sounded like he was bouncing back and forth. It's because he has an inconsistent view on what it means. View, like, no. It doesn't matter what you view it as. It's just a matter of fact that there are good and bad. That's just a matter of fact. There is good, and there is what is not bad, with things that move away from that. So the fact is that, an action in itself is good, or the action is good, but the mediator, or the one that's judging whether that action is good or not, is not actually you. So I think that's where he's mixed up. It's the observer, so he thinks that since God doesn't exist, that it would have to be observed, which is true. It would have to be something that would be known within a mind. It would be a concept of what is the actual good, what good is itself. So yeah, he's right about that, but he doesn't understand for it to be objective, there would have to be a mind that grounds that to be true. So he's semi-correct. He's like partially like dipping in and out of being right and wrong at the same time.
Or regardless of them. It would be a thing that's true about reality independent of anyone.
Yes, it'd be true of reality independent of any human judgment on it.
Experiencing reality in the same way that the physical nature of objects is true about reality independent of anyone's experience of them. In a universe of objective morality, every being in existence capable of having any moral opinion could morally approve of some action, and yet on some deeper level, unknown to and inaccessible to anyone, the actual...
Okay, I'm just too tired to be awake. Have a good night. I didn't even know you were here, man. I thought you were... Take it, okay? Have a good night.
fact of reality could be that the correct response to that action is to morally condemn it. And this to me makes no sense. I don't even understand what it would mean for something to be worthy of moral condemnation as a matter of fact, independent of any agent's experience. As I see it, morality is...
I was in a meeting. I mean, do they... The Blue Jays got you plotting and scheming? You have to have a meeting now? You got to have that junta? Got to have that little Blue Jay junta? See, we got him 100%. He's a Blue Jay operative integrating into the Cholo Church. I realized I needed to provide my actual reactions. Well, need to get some rest, man. I'm going to try to fumble my way through this extremely exhausted, kind of going through this atheist, because I feel like I need like an easy alley-oop. I need my brain to operate a little bit longer. What am I going to do now, though? I could do some crafting. Crafting would be easy. So would be good? I don't know. Probably not. I should probably retard maxing right now. I'm just playing a horror game. But every once in a while, I'll just listen to an atheist and make sure I've got my shit rehearsed at least. Now, what was he talking about?
Is true about reality independent of anyone's experience of them. In a universe of objective morality...
Yes, any human's experience of it would not matter whether or not something is good or not. But it doesn't mean that any one, because there would be one that would experience it, or one that would fuck, transcendental shit is melting my brain. I'm trying not to go, but yes, there would have to be something there that grounds something as good or bad in the concept. You would have to have a mind which would ground those concepts. That concept would have to be perfect and immaterial and be able to ground that which is good. Blah, blah, blah.
Every being in existence capable of having...
In a moral, subjective world, there'd be no such thing as good. Yeah. I mean, and it's kind of like a contradiction. Like, I just think morals are subjective, and I don't think that, you know, that there's any way to have one hard truth, or there's no way to have any kind of truth outside of the individual experience. Is that true? Is that true? How is that true? Well, it's true to me. But are you real? Are you real by fate to get to? Okay. Anyways,
Any moral opinion could morally approve of some action, and yet on some deeper level, unknown to and inaccessible.
what stupid shit did Ruslan say in a TLDR way? He was just saying that Orthodox pay for baptism, or Orthodox priests charge for baptism, which I played a stream that with a guy who explained it and laid it out that no, that's not what happens. It's like an extra service. If you want a baptism, they can't actually charge you for the baptism itself. They'll never actually directly charge you for the baptism itself. But if you want a separate service that's not part of the Divine Liturgy, some parishes will allow you to do that and pay for the service. And he was also saying that everything that Jay Dyer is saying about him is lying, and then immediately said, but you know, he provided that good work. He provided that good merch, y'all. He got that good merch, dog. He ain't trying to monetize the gospel. What he's doing is he's monetizing those Bless God Studios hoodies. God bless, be well. All right, let's see ya.
To anyone, the actual fact of reality could be that the correct response to that action is to morally condemn it. And this to me makes no sense. I don't even understand.
It doesn't make any sense because there could be an objective truth of the matter, and there could be subjective interpretations of that truth, and those subjective interpretations of what reality is can be wrong. Right? We could both be observing something in the middle of a desert. We could both be observing that there is a lake in the middle of the desert, or one could be observing it, the other person wouldn't. Which one would be correct in perceiving the fact of the matter would depend on whether or not there would be even something separate from the two of you to ground which one would be true. So, like, it's not super complicated. Original argument's pretty easy to use. It's just people get stuck on particulars, and a lot of atheists will attack the particulars in the argument, not understanding that you can't, within that concept that you're discussing about within the transitional argument, if you just take one section of it, remove it, and go like, see, this is how it works. I make toast God because he is omnipresent. He has all the omnis. So now the toast is God. No, if the toast was God, it wouldn't be a piece of toast anymore. It would just be God. So it's retarded.
What it would mean for something to be worthy of moral condemnation as a matter of fact, independent of any agent's experience. As I see it, morality is something very different from this. Morality,
right, and this is where people kind of get the transitional argument mixed up. They think that it's separate from anyone's independent experience. No. God is the creator and the one who created the universe for purpose. He's the one that decides what that purpose is. He gives, not only that, within his nature comes the good. So it's not that anybody can't be observing it. It's that God is the only one who has truly observed what is the good. So he's the only one that can perfectly separate the good from the evil. So that's what it is. It's not that anybody can't observe it. Like, is a rock really there if nobody's there to observe it? Maybe. How would you confirm that? You wouldn't be able to.
Is more of a social activity. It's a way of thinking and acting in relation to human action. It's humans react.
So within that, the maybe is that it would exist in non-existence and existence at the same time. There all has to be something there that observes the rock for it to truly exist. So the same way that metaphysical concepts are grounded, reality itself is grounded by the fact that it's being observed. And God observes everything at every moment.
With condemnation. It's a way of thinking and acting in relation to human action. It's humans reacting with condemnation or with approval to other humans' actions, or preemptively insisting that everyone should do this or nobody should do this. The world would be a better place if everyone was like this. The world being a better place meaning the world would be a place that I would prefer. And this preferred vision of the world that forms the basis for the moral response resides entirely within the subject who holds.
You don't have morals. Like, the preferred response is not what grounds the morals. Like, you're basically saying the same thing twice. So, well, what the preferred moral state provides what I prefer. That's what you're saying.
Do this or nobody should do this. The world would be a better place if everyone was like this. The world being a better place meaning the world would be a place that I would prefer. And this
yeah. So that preference is just an emotional statement. You're just making an appeal to emotion about how you feel about the situation. I prefer it this way because it would make me feel better. Or I prefer this because essentially what you're saying is that I prefer this because I feel like it would make more sense, or it would construct the society in a better way based on what your preference is to begin with. It's ultimately like kind of circular, honestly. It's like when people, when atheists try to say that it's either an appeal to emotion or a circular appeal, or it kind of both the same, because I think the preference is an emotional claim, and the way they inform that preference is their emotion, so it just becomes like a circular thing that they're doing. So like a lot of them criticize tag, but all in a way that it becomes circular, because you have to have God there for it to be true, because they don't understand the argument. The end result is that it's evidence of God's existence. It's not that God real, so we have evidence of God. It's not the way it works. But what they're doing is ultimately what they accuse atheists of doing within the transcendental argument. They're basically saying, I prefer it to be this way because my preference is that we do it this way.
Preferred vision of the world that forms the basis for the moral response resides entirely within the subject who holds it. The unthinking, unfeeling external reality can't
No, I mean, okay, let me go back a little bit.
Preferred vision of the world that forms the basis for the moral response resides entirely within the subject who holds it.
No. Your perception of what is moral is subjective. You subjectively observe something as moral. It's not that you literally decide what is moral.
Unthinking.
That would be you creating a type of objective morality. You would be emanating an objective moral. That's not what that is.
Unfeeling external reality can't possess these preferences for you, even if you think it does. I think that's a good enough summary to possess these preferences for you, even if you think it does. External reality can't possess these preferences for you, even if you think it does. I think that's...
Yeah, you're talking about the individual and the idea that we're separated from what is truly correct. So there would have to be something that grounds what is truly correct within the conceptual realm. You are not able to do it. You can only have a subjective observance of it. So it's just a misunderstanding of what's actually happening.
a good enough summary to start with, so let's see what the argument is.
There are two reasons why subjective morality is logically impossible. First of all, let's assume that morality really is subjective, so we can pick anything we want to be our highest good.
Okay, already we're off track because I don't think this is how people normally operate.
So it's not how people normally operate. Why does it matter? What is the normal operation?
Into the kind of talk about morality that philosophers do. Philosophers who think morality has some kind of a clear framework, who think that there should be some sort of identifiable highest...
Wait, whoa, hold on. Did you just say framework? I thought Jay Dyer invented that. Holy shit, it turns out that people who actually read philosophy understand what frameworks and worldviews are?
Good. That it should be this considered, constructed sort of thing. I don't think that's how people work. That's how dorks like you and I maybe could work, who would sit down and write an essay before we decide what our position is on anything. But I think a much more typical experience of morality is people just get raised into a culture, and their culture gives them ideas like that's good and that's bad. Or maybe they have experiences.
Yeah, you give us what happens is there's subjective understanding of what is right or wrong through the construct of what is the gathering of people. They're gathered, and they create like a society based on what their subjective view is of what would be a moral system, but that has nothing to do. They have their subjective view of it, their subjective understanding of it, but it does not necessarily make it right or wrong. It doesn't make it correct just because a group of people or an individual prefers that to be the case.
They don't like those experiences, or they do like those experiences. And then again, that's good, that's bad. They're not thinking of some summum bonum above everything else. They just react negatively when anyone does this one thing, and they react positively when anyone does that one thing. End of story. Is that a legitimate way to approach morality? Well, yeah, in the sense that if there is no objectively correct answer, it's not like the answers they reach are going to be objectively incorrect. Other people might...
Yes, it would. Well, within the framework of what subjective reality, if that is true, then yeah, it wouldn't matter. That's kind of the point, is that it actually wouldn't matter if there's cultures that, like the Papua New Guinea people, you know, I'm not going to say what they are because I don't feel, I just don't feel like doing that. But even those people, there wouldn't be necessarily anything wrong with that. There wouldn't be necessarily anything wrong with, female circumcision in Africa. It would just be the state of things. There'd be no reason for it to change, no reason for it to improve or be better unless you put utility on it. Then what is the utility that you're trying to perform? Then it just kind of circles back to what you prefer. If your preference is that you think it's better that there's female circumcision and you need to maximize it, then you would just create more of it.
Might have the experience that they don't like it, or they don't like some consequence of it. Okay, oh well, that's the entirety of human history. An endless tug-of-war battle of conflicting priorities with no particular end goal of any sort. Sometimes this even happens within an individual.
So there's no particular end goal as a result. That's untrue. Like a Christian culture would be to maximize the most amount of ability for the populace to grow a greater connection to God. So there would be a purpose in a Christian society to maximize something, and it would be to maximize the good
person.
We can pick anything
which you
we
would
want to be
which you would have to have, which we have to understand that that is an objective thing that is outside of you.
our highest good. It could be eating cake, it could be, I don't know, going to the gym.
I'm guessing you'd choose the first over the second. No judgment, me too.
It could be doing charity work, or it could be killing somebody. Doesn't matter, because it's all subjective, right?
Yes.
It doesn't matter how, in what sense. It'll matter to you.
It doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Outside of you, it doesn't matter.
Matter to other people, but will it matter to something that's not a person? Will it matter to something that's bigger than any person? Would it matter to the sum total of all things if there were no people at all? Is the fact that it matters an objective fact even if there's nobody for it to matter to? Well, no, I
Exactly. You
don't think so. I think that's a contradiction. I think that the word to
yeah, it is contradictory. It's kind of the point.
is not just there for decoration, it's necessary. Something only matters in relation to someone who it matters to. Now, people who believe in God will tend to recognize this.
And which is true, but it's not true for you, because you don't decide what is objectively moral or not.
that something can't matter to something that can't care, which throws a huge wrench into the idea of objective morality. And so they say stuff matters to God, the moral lawgiver, and then say it's objective. But that's just proposing a different subject. It doesn't really address the problem.
So we can just...
No, it defines the prime subject, the referent of the person, something that is the perfect version of that. So they wouldn't be the subject, they would be the referent of it. It's two different things. It's also separating, it's also not understanding that creation within itself is a separate category to the creator. The creator creates what is this. It's not having a subjective view of what this is. It's having designed it for this purpose and observing what that purpose truly would be for creation in itself, and would be the reason why that there would be any sort of objective anything, including like a rock.
pick whatever we want. So what happens now?
I don't know, we sit down with a quill pen and a candle, and we write 700 pages trying to turn the messiness of life into some coherent system with no trolley problems. We, the subject, desperately try to generate some moral system that we can pretend is objectively true.
Let's...
No. What happens? Well, ultimately, yeah, you're basically a blind person walking through reality without any sort of understanding what could or could not be true unless you've had it revealed to you, which is ultimately the part is also misunderstood. It had to be revealed to you. How would you know if it was revealed to you and that revelation be true? I mean, you'd have to go through the arguments. It's a holistic thing. It's not just an individual parts thing.
Say that my highest good is eating cakes.
I knew it. I'm with you, buddy. In my moral system, going to the gym is evil, unacceptable. Exile for those people, bare minimum.
So I will sacrifice everything for that one goal.
To eat cake? Okay, I'll sacrifice like $7 for that. Sorry, I'm just not on your level.
By everything, I mean everything. That's what it means to have a highest good.
Okay, so your moral system has to be built on something that you would sacrifice absolutely everything for. So if I, for example, feel a bit of anger when I see my neighbor's house get broken into, that has to be fundamentally based on some singular highest good that I've clearly identified, for which I would give up literally everything. That doesn't sound true. I think I can just be mad. Why do I have to approach it in this weird way?
It doesn't sound true. Well, that doesn't really... Like, it doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter. That's not an argument.
Hey, is this also some objective fact about reality that I'm not aware of? It doesn't really sound like you're talking about morality as such, like this natural way of reacting to human action. It sounds more like you're talking about some sort of obsession with one single arbitrary thing, and it doesn't even sound like it's about other people or any sort of social interaction at all.
Hold on a second. But that's not where morals are built off. They're not built off of social interaction. They're built off of there being a referent to what is good and you trying to live up to that.
It sounds like you're talking about the obsessive pursuit of one goal for yourself. I think we're really off base as to how real people in the real world really think and feel in moral terms.
Right? That means I'll sacrifice my money, my time, my family, my friends, everything that is possible for eating cakes, if such an occasion.
Alright, I'm bored with this already. My brain's not operating great, so I'm just gonna go into loops. I think I'm just gonna probably finish this dungeon and go do something else for a bit. Probably gonna play a kiosk game. So we'll just finish this out. I don't know why I just decided to do this dungeon, but probably should just go to sleep, to be honest. What did I just do there? Well, it's talking about transcendental stuff. It's kind of boring. It's something that just... something that's constantly repeated. Like, it's one of those things where you, like, you understand it or you don't. And I'm not really gonna teach people how to get through that. Because I'm too tired right now anyway. I don't know why I'm pulling so many. I don't think that this... yeah, like, this guy is just not healing. I do like this fucking thing. I enjoy this dungeon. Damn, we just killed the shit out of that dude. Oh, I know why I'm not really getting healed. It's because got a shield healer. I think I'm gonna finish this dungeon. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break. Get up, stretch a little bit. Yeah, honestly, I got some stuff that I do have to do. I don't have to do it actually. I can do it when I wake up before I go to work. Never mind. Where's the fucking thing? Do I have to clear all these out? I didn't think I did. Alright, well, I'm about to die. There it is. I'm honestly kind of worried about pulling more than just one group. Yeah, after this dungeon, I think I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna get some food set up, cooking. Then we'll play. I think we'll just play Dead Space 2. I think I just want to play that. Because I've never played Dead Space 2, I don't think. Or if I did, I only played through it once, so I don't really remember what happens in Dead Space 2. Now this is going to be the risky pull. Trying to remember which way to even go. I think it's this way. I don't think I'm going to pull any more than this, because I think I'm going to get fucked up if I do. Pretty sure this is the right way. Yeah, this is the right way. Could do some blue mage stuff, but I don't feel like doing that. You need to find out where I'm going to put this dash, though. I think I'm going to remove this self-cast heal. Probably put it on here. Yeah, I think right here. Okay, I think we're gonna do something else. I'm gonna go get some food set up to eat, and then I'm going to probably play this kiosk game. This kiosk game probably, I don't even know. I think I'm just gonna be done. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna be done. I think I'm gonna sit here and I'm just gonna like make some food and just relax for an hour or two and go to sleep. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm fucking tired. Oh. This was actually a Final Fantasy stream though, tonight. But anyways, I'm gonna go. Thanks everybody who's watching. I'm gonna get some food and go to sleep. Have a good one.